Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Westeros. We are coming at you live on a Sea of Spears Sunday, continuing our Song of Ice and Fire by Green Ronin RPG. Uh, we are not feeling super great as a group today. So Erica is here largely in spirit, but not in body. So Bela may chip in from time to time, uh, but Erica's not feeling good, so like no huge pressure there. Felicia's not feeling real good, but she didn't think to ask if she could play without being on cam, so she's still here. But she's also just like not feeling 100%. I'm a little under the weather too. I'm pretty sure mine is just allergies, but like, yeah, we're just not 100% this week. So I apologize ahead of time if your stream is full of some extra coughing or other horror sounds. We will all try to mute as needed, like Felicia just did. I just heard her witchish cackle from across the house, but not through my headset. Um, so yeah, if there's extra coughing and all that, I apologize in advance. But we should all be okay-ish. Just not 100%.
My ailments
So
are almost entirely emotional.
it's just like I'm physically just fine, thank you.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'm losing the will to live. I'm going to do vodka about it.
that's fair. It is medicine in some places to some people in some cultures. So yeah, like you're just um. So that's where we're at. But in game, everybody's feeling pretty okay. We enjoyed last session a lovely ride through the Dornish countryside with a bunch of lovely ladies and a couple like not terribly lovely ladies. Obara sand isn't exactly like a delicate feminine flower, but yeah, a good time was had. Went for a ride, did some hawking, and a little bit of good natured, free spirited racing type of stuff, and lots of role playing. And we are going to pick up today uh, through the hunt, which we started on last week and got some conversating going. But this week's episode, we're going to kick off in the middle of a hunting ride, which is going to be largely the same type of affair, in that the young scions of House Nymaryen have invited particular NPCs to kind of hang out with them on this ride through the Dornish countryside. Everyone's carrying spears and a couple bows and arrows and stuff, and yeah, it's kind of the smoking cigars in father's study type of. Generally, it's like the dude bro manly thing, right? Like if you remember in old school movies, like all the men in a holiday would go off to the study to smoke cigars and drink whiskey after a holiday. That's kind
Right.
of what the hunt is. You're not really here for the hunt. You're here for this like manly nobleman socializing thing. Um,
Camaraderie.
and because you guys are in Dorne, it's not just manly, right? It's just adult or martial or whatever. So the player characters are currently trotting round the countryside with Obara and Elia Sand, who seem to mostly be here to hunt or just to be seen on horseback with spears and like sneer at northerners who think women shouldn't be at this sort of thing. Like you're pretty sure that they were like spite invitation accepting, that they were just like, yeah, sure, like we'll ride around with those dudes. uh and then Lord Stannis Baratheon, the life of the party and master of ships,
Stannis
Lord
the
Renly
Menace.
Baratheon, his younger brother, who kind of is just often the life of the party, but master of
He's
ships.
not being the life of the party. He's being a pouty butt.
You're being a pouty butt. Sir,
Reyna has tried and tried to make them interact in a friendly manner, and it has failed miserably. So I'm
well,
gonna leave it to the bros to hopefully
maybe
fix that.
maybe you don't know what it's like to have a brother that irritates you sometimes.
Really?
Maybe Reyna just isn't familiar with Stannis's frustrations with a younger brother that has different priorities than him, and is sometimes seen as feckless and irresponsible by the elder sibling. Maybe you just need to work on your empathy, Felicia. Uh, Sir Loras Tyrell.
Empathy. Right.
Sir Loras Tyrell is also hanging about because he likes going for rides. It's being in a horse with a spear is kind of his whole thing. Uh, then Lady Brienne of Tarth, who was the Mystery Knight until about this time yesterday. So she showed her hand, as it were, while taking a champion's seat. Um, so she's looking pretty cool. And just kidding, she's looking super awkward. She is feeling in very in over her head with this group of NPCs. She's kind of trying to ape what Renly and Loras are doing, um, while feeling like she does not deserve to ape it. Right? Like she's got this whole imposter syndrome thing going, which we know from the books and all that. Alicent Mormont, who doesn't give a fuck, she's just complaining about like, I bet there's not even any bears here. How can you call these mountains? Right? And that sort of thing. She has determinedly put on her fur trimmed cloak again.
Oh my
So
goodness.
she
Yeah.
because she's a North woman going on a hunt, and you got to look a certain way. So she is out to kind of play it up and um, show that she's not trying to fit in with the Reach and the Stormlanders and all that. Um, so she's probably pretty uncomfortable, but she is determined not to show it. But it does look like she's drinking a little bit more than she should in an attempt to stay cool. Um,
All right,
little Robert Frey.
Someone invite that girl to the pools when this is done.
Uh, but not like a real pool in real life because all that fur would clog up the filters. Don't do that. Don't wear your.
Oh yeah,
bear.
that was working on the idea we could get her out of the furs,
Yep.
which I realized I should not assume.
It's pretty presumptuous.
Yeah, fair.
Little Robert Frey, who of course is squiring for Alicent Mormont, and is also toting like he's guiding a uh, like pack mule with a bunch of like extra spears and some midday meals and stuff bundled up on it. Lord Beric Dondarrion, the dashing lightning lord of Blackhaven in the Stormlands, who is bantering cheerfully with Renly and Loras, mostly Renly, who is, of course, being doted on by his squire, young Lord Edric Dane, who is also leading a pack mule with a bunch of extra stuff for everybody. Then there is Sir Garrus Drinkwater, your bannerman, well, I guess heir to your bannerman, who is a veteran of Anders Folly, etc., etc. You guys have gotten to know him pretty well. And he's getting along pretty well with the more affable contingent, your Renlys and your barracks and stuff like that. Sir Adam Bridington, who is, of course, one of your NPCs created for the house. He is the wrong side of 50, but a long, lean, lanky horseman that was responsible for a lot of you lot learning how to ride. He is accompanied by Septon Jim, who is not his squire, but is something of a rough and tumble Septon, a lifelong man at arms that only became a man of God after Robert, or man of the gods after Robert's rebellion, and he still rides on patrols and stuff with Sir Adam. And then lastly, the NPC that we all kind of know the least about, not least of which because out of character there's not much written about him, but he's definitely a bit of an odd man out. But Sir Julian of House Corgyle, who's the heir to Sandstone, has joined you. So far, he's just kind of doing the dark, silent Dornishman thing, feeling a little bit out of sorts. He's also a much more Roinar Dornishman, as opposed to Sir Garrus, who's blonde and blue and definitely a lot more Andal-blooded. So even with Edric Dane and Garrus Drinkwater here, um, Sir Julian is a little extra Dornish. He got some extra Dornishment on the side, right? So he's looking. No, sorry, not in the way that Adam looks.
I just want to acquire.
Yeah, like not different type of Dornishment on the side. Um, but yeah, so he's looking a little extra Dornish, um, and he's actually mostly hovering near Obara and Elia Sand, who are far and away otherwise like the most Dornish folks here, um, which may be his attempt at making them feel welcome, or it may just be him sucking up to the Red Viper's infamous children. Who knows? So
Did Sorella come as well?
Sorella did not. She went on the hawking trip, but she bowed out of the hunt. And said, it's enough time in the saddle. I think instead I'm going to go borrow another book from your grandfather. So she's kind of raiding the Nymaryen libraries a little bit while she's here, and getting in a bunch of reading and stuff. Plus, you guys do have little Robert Frey, the champion archer of Adam's tourney, so you have little need of Sorella's bow should
Sure.
trouble arise. And she, bows out like that graciously, and with just a hint of a smile when she says it, but, she means it too. Frey's a good kid. Said only this one person ever about this one Frey. So there we go. That is our situation. That is where we're at, and just like with the hawking, uh, I'm largely going to be in a responsive mode here. So it's up to you guys who you want to mingle with and what conversations you want to start. We're going to assume that there is reasonably pleasant small talk going on all day. None of you are purposefully snubbing anybody unless you decide to and say that you are. We're going to assume that everyone socializes a little bit with everyone, and is fairly politic and pleasant. Uh,
That's
but
helpful to know. Thank you, because I
yeah,
worry about leaving people out.
yeah, I'm not gonna make any nobody. You don't all have to like go down the list of I'm saying this to this one because I needed to say something to them. I ask how the weather is in Sandstone. Like you don't need to try and make up all that.
Yeah.
We want to focus on potentially dramatic conversations, potentially political conversations, that sort of thing. So I'm basically handing the reins over to the party at this point, and it's going to be up to you guys to kind of take initiative and let's do some heckin' role playing.
I already tried to take initiative with this group, and it got totally just rained on by the Baratheon brothers who were not participating in my attempts to make a pleasant.
Well, I mean,
So
Barrick's right there.
Barrick is here, and he's kind of working on the Renly, and that's fine.
I'm sure that you of all people could lure him away.
Why? I don't want to. I want him to talk to Renly. I want Renly to be in a better mood. Um,
Okay.
so that's fine. I'm not going to lure him away. Really, participate in their
And
conversation
babe,
somehow.
your sensitivity is a little off again.
Okay.
We're getting a lot of the middle of words. Sorry.
I might participate in their conversation. Um, but I'm not going to be taking point in it. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
So you're
Like,
making assist rolls to help the pleasant conversation,
yes,
but not actively steering it. Or okay,
correct. Raina works pretty well with Barrick in that they, funnily enough, they actually do work pretty well together. So, she can converse with them and be pleasant and practice um, chit chatting, which she's not super good at. But they should be chit-chatting about stuff she might actually know a thing about, other than the ladies, when they're chit-chatting about people she doesn't know. Uh, and I mean, this whole Ironwood saga is still fresh, so
Yeah, and just given this company and how socially acceptable it is to talk about warfare at any given moment, um, yeah, like you guys all week have been hearing the occasional, war story, and every now and then seen, you know, Dondarrion or Balin Swan, or one of the other known gentlemen of the Stormlands, seen them, like nod you out of a crowd, and mention, oh yeah, Bailey was leading the army, or like it's been background noise all week because talking about warfare is always pretty safe, and also to a lot of knights and lords, you guys were basically putting down a treasonous attempt, so they probably think they can kind of suck up to the Baratheon brothers by praising you guys on putting down rebels. Since it turned out these weren't just quite bandits, you know. So like, oh yeah, no, the king's brothers are here. I'm sure that the master of laws wouldn't mind a conversation about this, and so it's been a pretty safe conversational topic all week, and that's absolutely the case again today. It's just dudes riding through the countryside talking about World War II, right? That just military conversations happen sometimes. So yeah.
You get to a certain age and you have to either get really into World War II or really into smoking different meats.
only two options. All right, well, since like Bela tells stories in a very different way than like Raina would, so uh, I'm not sure. I mean, it'll be more of a contributing to the stories that like Barrick's telling, or if Luke's telling a story, or if Luke and Barrick are telling a story. Which, oh my God, come on, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I'll hang out with the Barrack specifically just to enjoy in the stories and the festivity.
You can't help but notice, Luke, that with every retelling of the nighttime assault on the Vulture Queen, you get more and more naked, and more compromised. Like you overheard soldiers talking the next day, and it was already going off the rails a little. And at this point, after it has gossip mongered its way to the Reach and back, yeah, people are like, well, I heard that they found him a bed with the Vulture Queen. Like things have definitely gone in some exaggerated and salacious directions. Where you're like, it's funny, I don't remember my sisters and I going undercover as temple prostitutes to seduce the Vulture Queen out of her armor, uh, and then Adam leading an army of archers and out shooting the famous Vulture Queen. But I guess that could have happened. I was a little drunk, right? Like you're getting
It
just like,
sounds plausible.
yeah, like the stories are getting more and more, and in a very Dornish stereotype direction. Like a lot of the Stormlanders and stuff are leaning on that Dornish stereotype, and yeah,
The funny thing is that was kind of my plan that got vetoed.
yeah, you're like, that's how it could have gone, but nobody would listen.
Wanted it to happen that way.
So yeah, and you'll get, at one point, Renly is asking after each of the lieutenants of the Vulture King. Stannis is occasionally letting out like a curious, like a strategically curious grunt, because he does still like a good war story or whatever. And yeah, it does get to, for instance, the assault on the riverbanks. Yeah, Lord Beric will kind of turn in his saddle and wave Luke up a little bit closer. He goes, "Oh, yes, I was not present for that attack on the Vulture Queen's camp. Uh,
No, he chose not to come on that one.
as I am betrothed, it would not have been seemly for me to take part in what I believe was the scheme at hand. Lucaris, refresh my memory. There was something about an orgy, wasn't there? Just, and then he just kind of
Yeah,
eases off the reins and lets his horse drop back a little, just like leaving you there to like
Oh my God,
slide
Beric.
forward.
Oh.
the way I've been keeping track of things, it won't be an orgy in the story till at least 2 or 3 more retellings.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I can see how it could end up there,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's
But
still wow, it's a jump.
So I'm going to say that, but I'm also going to very specifically not like. I would just let them kind of assume that I'm a little foolish. I'm not going to correct them. Like if Stannis and Ridley think I am not a serious combatant or military leader, that is good. I'll just play that up.
Really? Okay. I suppose there is some utility to letting people underestimate you.
I have no reason to whip my dick out of measure of these guys until we're in an actual battle.
True, but like you could say that like
Or until
like,
that orgy starts.
letting them think an actual orgy took place might be a little too far in that direction.
He has no need to whip out his dick and measure it until the post-feast dick measuring, of course, at the final day of Adam's tourney, the final contest. Oh, you're muted, Robert. Robert, you're being hilarious and we're missing it. No, you were making no noise.
Gone.
Yeah, he's coming back. All right, Robert, I had to refresh real quick. Looked like.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Just fucking Discord messed up. I specifically said about the orgy, the way I've been keeping track of it, the orgy won't be for another couple retellings.
Right, but you also know Beric Dondarrion's good for about 3 retellings by himself. Like he will always just kick something up a few notches.
My point being, I am acknowledging that that's not real without correcting them. Without being like, no, I was a very serious warrior. It was a very serious operation. I just happened to be naked.
So, Stannis will quirk an eyebrow and look away. Renly will smirk a bit and lift his eyebrows like how exactly did this plan unfold and how was it meant to? Perhaps we need more bandits in the Stormlands.
Not all bandits look like the Vulture Queen did. That is for sure. She was by far the most appealing of every bandit we came across during this whole campaign. It's no wonder, right? It's no wonder that my brother thought she was quite alluring. However, there was no orgy in the plan.
Oh, just a spontaneous happenstance then.
Well, I think it's probably quite reasonable for people to assume that when Luke is without his clothes, that an orgy may be adjacent, but I certainly don't remember an orgy happening.
Without the armor to swim the river.
We caught about 3 words of that. Yeah.
You hear that?
I'm hearing you better in real life than I am over Discord.
Well, okay.
There we go. The well okay came through clear. Try again. I heard something swim the river.
All I said was that Luke was without clothes in order to swim the river.
And here Beric kind of appears over your shoulder as his horse comes up the other side. He goes, well, I mean, I suppose maybe that's what you told Adam at the time, because this, of course, was several months prior to his 16th name day. But now that he's a man, I think it might be time for you to come clean with your brother.
I was there.
Yeah, it's true. It was an orgy-based plan.
It's
You're
not.
just a little too young for it at the time.
I mean, I must say this is quite refreshing watching Beric like doing this wind-up act with someone else rather than me, which he did like a little while ago. So I'm kind of half enjoying it, but also half like got this kind of but need to be correct.
And he's definitely Renly certainly seems to some extent be in on the teasing by this point. And he's probably doing it. You lot all have siblings, and you lot all have pretty good awareness scores. You can see that Renly is getting more into it the less interest Stannis is showing. Like once you guys start talking about naked nighttime assaults and all that, Stannis is like, "Pff,
Fucking
and
casuals.
right, and Renly is like, yes, tell me more, right? So like he's he certainly seems to be enjoying his brother's discomfort, and Beric is enjoying his lord's pleasure, and continuing to needle a bit to help Renly have a good time. So then Loris cuts in at one point after what you suspect was an eye roll that you lot didn't quite see. Uh, and he'll go, "And what about Sand himself? I've heard he was a knight of sorts."
You heard correct.
I'm like looking at
Sand was
at Luke.
Sand was a misguided, but ultimately noble man. This is why he's at the wall and not dead.
So I suppose Dornish knights just rather do what they like.
Oh, how unlike Westerosi Knights. So did I give that the right amount of sarcasm?
You get a half-lidded, dismissive glance over Loris's shoulder.
Damn.
Oh, okay, that was an unexpected consequence. Oops.
Out of character, it's because you're not a knight. So he's just like, okay, you're gonna talk shit about knights, whatever. Like you're barely even an adult. So like that's the kind of snooty look you get from him, because you're a not knight making jokes about knights. That's not
only we can use those words,
right?
Yeah,
Like only
yes, you have to be a knight to be able to see that some knights are shit. Of course, yes, I forgot.
Any knight can talk about knights, right? That's so the old saying goes.
That's
So
the same.
you get a bit of a snooty look from him, and then he let's see, fuck, who else did I have? I'm trying to remember like what other stories might have made it out, right? Like what else may have been shared outside of Dorne in terms of like details and stuff. Let's see.
It's been a while.
Yeah. Well, and partially, like I said, I'm just trying to think of like who was at certain things and who would have said them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can't remember. I mean, I remember like the four of us and Oris were all at Wind Tower, but I feel like there was someone else, but I can't remember now. It's been
that was
long.
the Tower of Joy that Oris went with you on.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I got my towers mixed up.
Yeah. So yeah, actually, Edric will pipe up in what some of you suspect is an attempt at changing the subject away from John Sand. And he goes, "We saw the Tower of Joy. There was a ferocious war leader from the Vulture King there."
That would have been
That was Maku the Black, wasn't it?
Yes, that was
Maku
Makar the Black, the ferocious Summer Islander
Yes, he
slash
was fearsome.
Associate. Was that the one where we were fighting going up the stairs, or was that when?
Yeah, I bet the building went on fire, I think, as well while we were at it.
I don't think a fire started at the Tower of Joy, but yeah, you were on your way up the stairs.
That might have been Wind Tower. I don't know. Can't remember. Sorry.
Well, these
It's okay.
towers.
It's been a while, so it's fine. But yeah, Tower of Joy was the fight against Makar the Black. He had kidnapped the brother,
That lord, the knight, the one,
It was
the brother.
Miles.
Sir,
It was
Sir
Miles.
Miles. Yeah.
Yeah, that was where we rescued Sir Miles from Makar the Black. I thought it was Miku.
Thank you.
It doesn't matter.
But
It was
definitely
fierce. And if it hadn't been for our archer support as we were fighting our way up the main stairs in the tower, it would have been much, much more difficult.
Thanks for that.
Stannis will pipe in a bit over his shoulder. He goes, I think, sorry, Etiquette, I got to phrase this right. No doubt the fiercest fighting the Tower of Joy has seen in some time. It would have been smarter of Eris's Kingsguard to fight within the tower also. Never understand why they faced Stark the way they did.
I can't pretend to understand the minds of those knights, but there is a fine and noble art to one-on-one combat. Or so I hear.
Stannis will just shrug. They had walls. They left them. Their deaths were their mistake. And just like he says it with finality. Like his mind is made up. They made a mistake. That's why they died. You know, like you can tell.
He fucking knows about staying behind walls, doesn't he?
And he is famous for surviving that siege.
Yeah.
Well, Makar the Black fell anyway, as did all of his men. So the walls only made it last longer.
Just meant we fought in the shade.
We did fight in the shade.
I choose to have no opinion on this in front of Stannis.
You choose not to have an opinion.
Yeah, it's the thing. Like I think, like Adam's not going to say a whole lot about the last time there was a fight at the Tower of Joy because it's a bit of a situation.
And you can see that.
I'm not sure even he's really fully formed an opinion on it, so it's just kind of going to draw it back to the thing that we know, which is what we were there for.
As Stannis dismisses the intelligence of Sir Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning, you guys can see, because you're farther back in the Stannis is kind of out front because he's mostly here to hunt and is taking things seriously a little. But like you can see Edric start to open his mouth, and Lord Beric is like, just shh. So he stops Edric from.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot him a similar look, just like I'm on your side, kid, but
it's okay. But yeah, so he looks a little indignant, but he, Edric is smart for his age, so he doesn't get into a yelling match with Stannis Baratheon.
Without missing a beat, I'm gonna go. So, anyways, the Vulture Queen was about a quarter mile down the river swimming as fast as she fucking can away from me. And that's when I start thinking, I don't think she's that into me.
Well played.
Now, to be fair, that water was very cold. So if that was an issue, I just want to state that was the river.
That was very good.
But you're yelling that over the waves and taking a mouthful of water, and
you get
she's half Merling, I swear.
You get that sort of uproarious laughter from everyone but Stannis, of course. But yeah, Garrus Drinkwater, and yeah, oh shit, yeah, I forgot Oris is here too. Okay,
shit, he fell back. He was like,
yeah, I mean, he's lurking in the
glaring.
back.
Yeah, Oris would have responded about the Tower of Joy comment too, but he's hanging out with Obara and Elia, so Oris didn't hear. That way, Oris doesn't pick a fist fight with Stannis over me choosing to make Stannis even more of an asshole because I forgot Oris was here.
Oh, a bar would be a nice match for him. So bar like guys.
Yeah. So, but yeah, you get wicked laughter from Renly and everyone. Even Brienne lets out like a guffaw snort and then stops herself. Alysanne lets out guffaws and snorts and does not stop herself.
Oh, of course not.
She's like, "Oh, I cold water. That's what all you Southerners say." And yeah, she's just
It caught me.
she's laughing and slapping her thigh, and So yeah, and
I admit I come on a little strong in those scenarios. Clearly, it was my fault.
Like, Adam will have kind of sort of fallen back a bit to like try and distract Edric a little bit because he's clearly getting a little bit wound up with this particular bit of talk, and just like try and kind of divert that a little bit.
as soon as you fall back and get close to him, Edric is like, you know, like a furious whisper, right? Like where you want to be yelling
How
and you're
fucking
not,
dare you?
and he's just like, they were knights of the King Guard facing northern lords. They weren't going to cower in some walls. There weren't archers on either side. There wasn't even an army there. It was a gathering of Kingsguard and a gathering of nobility. So of
Ned.
course they're going to honorably fight them outside.
Ned.
And then he just kind of seethes quietly.
Yeah, like Adam's like said his name about 6 times by this point. Like, wait, I know that, you know that, probably they know that too, but it's like there's a performance going on there to an extent, so it's try not to take it personally.
Sword of the Morning doesn't cower inside a tower.
I know.
Unless he's ordered to as part of a siege by his lord, of course, because you do what you're told. But
Ned, I want you to take a long breath in and a long breath out before you say anything else.
Yeah, I imagine the background. I'm metaphorically doing a juggling act to keep them distracted.
And he's just got scrunched up, sulky face a bit.
Yeah.
But there's not much that happens around Stannis sometimes. Like that's just it's contagious.
Yeah, no, look, I know, and they're at best massively simplifying, but that doesn't mean that it's true, and just don't mind them. And if anything else they say bothers you, like, come and make that face at me, and I'll and I'll try and distract you, because you're an attorney, so you don't life's too short to be getting annoyed about what someone else thinks.
I know. Thanks, Adam. I'm fine. It's just frustrating.
No, I understand it. It is. I can see why it's frustrating. I understand. And
Stormlander coming down here and trying to tell Dornish knights about honor and how they're supposed to fight.
Yes, they do kind of like doing that, but they're in company. They're going to show off a bit.
Well, why can't they show off like Beric with capes?
I mean, I don't know why either. I mean, it's clearly a superior form of communication.
Well, they were all these weapons that will just
it's like
we'll have one-way showdowns.
Yeah.
Swish's silk cape.
Let's be fair. Barrett's ego is quite healthy, and he doesn't really need a lot of pumping of his ego.
No, but still, capes. By the way, you probably should know that I did let Alysanne Bulwer know that I don't intend to marry her, so there may be a little bit more attention on you for a bit, but I can divert that if it would help.
It's okay. I have to marry someone eventually. So, and she seems nice. You'd tell me if she wasn't nice, right?
Of course.
All
Oh, she
right.
seems perfectly pleasant. If I mean, she's not. How do I put this? She's a
Okay.
perfectly pleasant lady, like you would expect a reach lady to be, sort of. Um, so if you require a lot of excitement in your life, she's probably not a great choice, but she seems perfectly pleasant. But I mean, like I said to you before, you know, there's no requirement for you to actually um, get married until you actually want to. There's lots of lords far older than either of us who haven't gotten married yet. So I would say maybe hold out for a match that actually interests you rather than just picking one because it's there.
Well, it's not all up to me because I'm the Lord of Starfall, and I've got to do what's right by the house. And Sir
Right.
And Lord Barrick told my aunt that he'd be helping with the arrangements, and we just have to see how things go. But
Well, I mean, my point is like, don't let them push you into something that you don't want to do. You are the lord of the house, and one of the many great things about being lord of the house, along with first dibs at the wine cellar, is that you're always right. You're the
but I
boss.
but I also know that I should get married, and I need to make an heir, and it's my responsibility as the Lord.
Seven hells, you are younger than me. You have time.
Well, yeah, I don't think we're gonna end your name day tourney week with a Septon Jim doing a surprise marriage between us or anything, but
Well,
I don't know. I mean, I guess there's worse matches. We'll see if Lady Olena talks Barrick into it, or if Barrick talks her into it, or if somebody talks somebody into something.
uh,
Hey, did you kiss her? Was she good? Was she a good kisser?
I did not.
Oh,
Um,
all right.
that,
Oh,
yeah,
Disappointed.
yes, I'm
I,
afraid
I, I, I missed who you were talking about. Who was it?
we're talking about Alison Bilwer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the lady of House Bulwer.
Yeah, yes,
Edric had been earlier in the week a little bit, I don't want to say panicked, but a little adorably like, she's a lady and she's like my age, and Lord Barrick's been talking about it, maybe about me having to marry her because they're a pretty good match. They're pretty similar age. It's a good match
friends
for
near
either
each
of
other.
them. Yeah, so there's been some conversation, uh, or there's been the slightest hint of conversation, and maybe Lord Barrick was just tormenting Ed by making it seem like it was more than it was. But yeah, he's
Possibly, but yeah, Adam's operating on the information that he has and
yeah,
is also maybe projecting a little bit
yeah.
onto his friend.
He's
Um,
like Ned, they can't make you marry a girl. Like,
Yeah. You know what? That's fine.
no, I mean, he's not going quite that far, but
I know it's just
yeah. What I'm trying to convey, Ned, is that you're allowed to have higher standards for yourself than you have just now. You know, um, I I'm sure that Lord Beric will act with your best interests at heart, but I mean, wouldn't you rather have a wife that you're actively interested in?
yes, but I can find a reason to be interested in whoever I marry. I'm supposed to be interested.
Look at his attitude. He's got such a positive attitude.
Yeah, this is kind of an alien way of thinking for us. I'm just like, why would you do a thing just because someone else wants you to? Yeah, uh, and well, I'm sorry that I can't advise you on her kissing technique. I'm afraid my interest in kissing women is even lower than my interest in marrying them.
Kind of gives you a thoughtful squint. Well, all right. I guess.
But you know, like whatever comes to pass, you are my very dear friend, and I will support you. And
if you want to kiss gross
if you need
women,
someone to help you escape, then you know you need only ask.
Or if you want to, or like if you want to practice kissing, like just.
or I even heard some people can some guys can just run off and be buds.
Heard.
Just the two of them.
Crazy. You want to just go take off? I mean,
I was
just kidding.
just really, I'm like, is that an in character comment or not?
No, it was.
I was just going like that. That's a hell of a gear change for.
It was me pretending to be Adam and being helpful by like if you're worried about your kissing, I could help you. We're friends.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Women don't want to kiss some guy who doesn't have any practice or experience. So
one, Adam doesn't feel that way about Edric, and two, there's like it's not a big age gap, but it's across a significant boundary. So even if he was interested, he wouldn't be doing anything about it.
Just being funny.
No, it's great. I was unsure whether that was actually happening or not.
No. As like, funny as that would be.
He's like, no.
I feel like I'm talking about other people's marriages far more than anything else this journey. When I'm not talking about
have him for a status.
When I'm not talking about other people's marriages, I'm fielding questions about mine.
We need to see Edric in front of for the status. You know, Adam says you don't even have to get with a woman.
That would be taking my words very much out of context.
So yeah, Ned leans your way a little and goes, "Hey, listen. Speaking of your marriage, did you pick one yet?"
Not so much. Not. I need some more information first, and well, that information can only travel as fast as a raven can.
So, and he kind of glances. You recognize a shy look over one shoulder, and he goes, "Listen, about your cousin Elia."
Yeah, what about her?
She was really good in the saddle, and she seems really fierce and brave. And I mean,
finds that interesting.
Do I detect a note of interest there, Ned?
I mean, certainly not to try and get betrothed, but I mean, it seems to me like a fellow could do worse for a consort, a paramour, or to learn how to kiss. You know what they say about sand snakes?
Learn how to kiss.
Just out of curiosity.
Just so much funnier now in character. I don't know why.
What do they say about sand snakes?
That they do whatever they want and whoever they want, however they want.
Well, that's
not inaccurate.
That certainly seems accurate for Elia. On the one hand, Ned, I feel a little underqualified to comment because Elia and I are not really the best of friends, but I certainly don't think that she's a bad person or anything. And well, the things that you've said are certainly true. She certainly has a lot of. She's certainly a good rider and is not afraid to take risks and so on. I fear she might eat you alive, but
you're into that kind of thing.
I think she admires boldness, so I think if you can show that, then that might go a long way.
some of the other knights were talking, and they say that tourney trysts are a thing, and that they're responsible for half the sands and storms in Westeros and whatever. And I just thought, you know, maybe before the tourney's
Well,
over, I could talk to her, and it doesn't have to be a full tryst, but like just
Half tryst.
you're interested in perhaps a small dalliance. I
Dalliance.
understand.
That's the word.
Well, if you like,
He was
I
half
can,
seduced
I
by
can
her that day.
if you like, I can try and steer her in your direction.
By telling her not to.
Yeah, I'm just like, don't fuck him.
Yeah,
I'd be like,
if you
how
if you
fucking dare you?
if you hurt him, I swear I will fucking kill
it's
you.
um. So yeah, he's definitely got a little bit of a blush going, and you get the distinct impression that like maybe he's been hearing some conversations around um, Barrick's campfire as other knights have been coming by to brag. Because
Oh,
remember, there's also a bit of a romantic theme to this tourney. There's this attractive like 19-year-old girl up for grabs. So this tourney is particularly full of young bachelors, and they're all going to be bragging about stuff. And so you get the feeling he's picked up some locker room talk, and is feeling a bit of pressure. Uh,
Hmm.
and it's like, maybe that bastard wouldn't say no, and she's pretty young. Like you don't think he's like in love with her or anything. You definitely get the impression he's just kind of like I feel like I should try to do something with
Yeah,
somebody. So
right. Well, fucking big mood, Ned. But yeah. Uh, um. Well. Uh, I'll yeah, like this is so awkward because like yeah, well, Adam's definitely like yeah, like he said, like doesn't really get on with Elia. He like after his conversation with Oris, he started kind of examining why is that, and he's kind of coming to a bit of a conclusion that he's maybe being a bit harsh. So he's trying to be tactful here, but also doesn't want his friend to get hurt. So um, yes, I'll well. If that's something that you particularly want, Ned, then we'll see if we can make it happen. I'm not very good at securing such things for myself, but I flatter myself I may be a little better at securing such things for my friends.
sorry, I'm just cracking up a chat a little bit because we're having fun with this one. So yeah, he'll just give you kind of a thankful nod, and go back to the occasional like sneaking a peek off to the side, where
Mm.
Elia is riding, and yeah.
So just don't mind the Stormlanders and their boasting, right? Um, I need to go and see Sir Garrus about something, but if they give you if they give you any shit, just tell them to fuck off.
I'm fine. It's not like most of them don't talk to me. They just talk around me. Anyways, it's fine.
All right, as long as you're all right. So yeah, Adam will kind of swing off and kind of heads Sir Garrus words because he does have some business with him, but like happy to
Yeah,
cycle
Sir
off.
Garrus is like 3 or 4 people away, because
Yeah,
he has been kind of hovering near Renly and Barrick, because he knows
yeah,
Barrick and they get along.
yeah.
So yeah,
And Adam I'm sorry, go ahead.
he's not real far away. Um, he is currently riding next to Sir Adam Bridington because they are both knights that are sworn to your banner. So they like Garrus is kind of like bridging the gap between like the Renly contingent and Sir Adam and Septon Jim. So yeah, they're chatting a bit, and it looks like Garrus is describing some of the battle to him, and you recognize those type of arm motions and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's an eminently interruptible conversation of no real weight.
Sir Garrus, might I intrude on this what is clearly a quite riveting story for a moment?
Of course, for the name day boy. Oh, name day man.
uh, I'll let my horse like fall back a little bit so the others get a little bit ahead so that it's not like a totally public conversation.
And he gives Sir Adam a polite nod and then just kind of drifts back a little with you.
I wanted to float an idea in your direction and see what you thought of it. I was speaking with Lady Enos earlier and seeking advice on who she thought might be a good match for her sister, and your name came up. I wanted to find out what you thought about that.
Uh,
For uh, for my part, I think that she was right to bring your name up, and I suppose wanted to find out if you would be interested in such an arrangement.
well, the lass is awful young, but I suppose betrothal to an ironwood would still have some merit. But
And you're someone that she knows and trusts, and I think after what's happened, I think that's a very valuable thing.
I was around Ironwood every time my duties brought me there, and I'm not a stranger to the girl, but I've always thought of her as just a girl, and uh, suppose I'd rather it be me than someone else. But I can't say the match is terribly stirring fire in my loins or the like, because she's just a girl.
Well,
Well, that's a good sign.
well, from what I understand of marriage, that is not really a necessary
he's
fact.
like just checks out. Yes.
It's like,
And if anything, I think I would be somewhat suspicious of someone who was incredibly eager.
but I mean, she's of fine stock. Uh, Anders' folly doesn't retroactively sully the bloodline, just the name. I suppose if someone needs to take that name from her and replace it with theirs, she could do worse than being a Drinkwater.
Well, yes, I have not met very many Drinkwaters, but well, in fact, I really only know you, but you have always struck me as a man of honor and a fine knight, and as someone who would like to see Lady Gwyneth secure and happy and not overly plagued by the actions of her father, I feel that being attached to House Drinkwater would be a good step in that direction.
I could see that. I suppose it might mean I don't need to try very hard the rest of this week.
Indeed, it does take a degree of pressure off, and yes, I suppose there is something to that. So, if a letter were to be sent to Lady Gwyneth um, making this proposal, you would be all right with it.
Suppose I wouldn't be against it.
Would you be interested in adding your own words to such a letter?
Not if you want this to work. Writing.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I do my best charming in person. He says with a bit of a wink, and like it's true. He is better looking than he
Yeah,
probably is at writing. Uh,
I'm sure you do. Um, so, well, perhaps perhaps I could invite her here, and you could do some of that charming in person.
I suppose I'll try to think of her as she might be in 5 years or something. How old is
That
she now? And he could tell he's kind of doing math and trying not to think of her as like the
yeah.
8-year-old he probably first met her as, and yada yada yada. You
She's
know,
like 14, 15, something
um,
like that.
out of character, I think we made her 13.
13. All right.
Was when we
That is just
settled.
rather the other matter that, well, she is 13 at the moment, so it need
13.
not be it need not
What else?
be um it need not be a short betrothal if that helps anything.
Well, I suppose you could write one of your fancy letters and invite her up, and she could be a handmaiden for your sisters or something, so that I'm not the whole reason for the trip.
Of
But
course,
yeah, wouldn't hurt
if,
to
in
lay
fact,
eyes on her again.
yes, in fact, I believe that there is a vacancy in Reina's contingent for a handmaiden, so I'll see what I can do. Thank you for being so agreeable.
He gives a an agreeable shrug. Like agreeable is kind of how he's been
Yeah.
in general with you guys. He's pretty laid back. You have heard that he's a bit cocky, uh, but he hasn't been around you guys. Maybe because there's always been like that clear pecking order, and you could have like killed him for treason or something if you really wanted to. Like it wouldn't have been a huge stretch for
Mhm.
Bela to have just fucking executed him, like in camp one night or something. So he's always been pretty chill with you guys, and yeah, he's pretty agreeable and affable in general. So he gives you a pretty
Mhm.
agreeable shrug.
Sure. I'll kind of I'll consider that kind of close for now. I've got my my next task in that thread for later, so I
Working
can
your
move
way
on to
through the
other conversation.
flowchart.
Yeah, I haven't done a flowchart in ages, actually. I've got a to-do list, but that's it at the moment.
Gotcha.
But I also just need to step away for just like a couple of minutes.
Yeah, no
So
problem. Do what you got to do. All right then, Raina or Luke, who wants to take point? Oh, Robert, you're not coming through again. Yeah, that keeps happening to him. It's been happening like a Thursday game too.
You
All
know,
right, try again. There we go.
Yes.
yeah. Sometimes Discord just drops my mic. I don't know what the deal is.
So yeah, you were definitely saying something. So give it to us again.
I'm going to do the opposite thing. I'm going to back out of the humiliation Congo line I put myself into, and to take pressure of other people, and I just kind of fade into the group at the moment.
Okay then, Raina,
Fine.
the session is all yours, Felicia.
Jesus.
People have paid money to be here and watch this. What do you do?
Freak out. Um, um, what is sandstone and why is it important?
I'm sorry?
Sandstone. You said somebody here is Lord, like heir to sandstone.
Don't think so. Oh, yeah, Sir Julian. He's heir to Sandstone, or just your neighbors. How's Corgyle?
Poor guy.
Yeah, they are a nearby Dornish house. There is not much written about them in recent history. Your uncle Oberyn was fostered at Sandstone when he was young, So they kind of have, they are a fairly prominent Dornish house. Um, but yeah, like we don't have a whole ton of other like modern stuff with them. But they're a kind of a quintessential Dornish house, if that makes sense. Like they're famous. The last time the Reach invaded Dorne, um, they murdered uh, Lord Tyrell with like a bucket of scorpions. I think it was like he was. They graciously gave up their castle to the invading army and stuff, but then like the Lord of House was found dead, covered in scorpions and shit. Like so, like they were very quintessentially Dornish, in a two-faced Roinar poisoner sort of way, but they're a fairly, wealthy and prominent Dornish house, and they are, yeah, like he's just kind of here to be a generic Dornishman. Um, that you guys wanted to make some political, uh, conversation, so a prominent Dornishman would be here.
Well, I haven't spoken to him, and I don't think anybody else really has, like on screen. Um,
He hasn't particularly come up, no.
That's
I,
interesting. Neither of his names were spelled the way I thought they should be.
No,
Westeros.
yeah,
Corgyle, one of the it's probably the weirdest house name out of all of them.
Corgyle. Nothing. Nothing. And then it's like, you want to try that with a Q?
their, their house name's almost as weird as House Badnug. Brought to you by Badnug Enterprises. Ding.
Oh,
Um, but yeah, we just don't have a ton of information on Julian Corgyle. So he's one of the NPCs that I haven't had a ton to work with. So I haven't had them ever like show the initiative and have much personality. So yeah, we're just gonna kind of have him respond to how you guys act. He's a blank Dornish slate.
you can make him any way you want.
What was that? Ash?
Where's his castle located? His home.
Right, it's like to the west of us. If I remember correctly, I can look this up.
Yeah, we need to go double check. It also again just hasn't come up.
I think it's to the south. I think it's like to the southwest, but I'm not like 100% sure. That's
I'll pull it back.
But
I'm just kind of
my
curious
browser's
about
taking
where
forever
they're.
to actually start.
Yeah.
Well, I will drop back, or uh, he's a he's a knight, but he's also the heir, right?
He is the heir to House Corgyle. He has a younger brother.
Aaron, spelled in a way that actually sort of makes sense.
And yes, they are almost due southwest from you. Sandstone kind of dominates the Dornish desert.
See that?
They mostly make their money off like taxing trade and that sort of thing. People.
Oh, I
crossing.
see. Okay.
But
yeah,
yeah,
I guess,
they're just like,
yeah, I think I kind of like one of the sort of land trade routes basically goes right past them. So
yeah. So yeah, they're a pretty wealthy house. They're a well-regarded house. Amongst the Dornish, to be clear, they're still. He and Loras Tyrell have occasionally been exchanging nasty looks a little bit because that history is pretty famous there. You get the idea Loras may have taken it as an insult that Sir Julian, in particular, got invited along on this ride. It would not be impossible to take offense to that if you were of House Tyrell, and these Dornish folk specifically invited a Corgyle, like, oh yeah, if I was a prickly young man that was looking for reasons to pick fights, I could maybe see that. But nobody's like said anything. It hasn't.
Worse.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to like escalate or whatever. They've just been a couple nasty looks.
I'll go
Wow.
alongside him, just to give him a friendly face.
Are you reading up on the history, Felicia? Was that what
Yes.
you wowed? Yeah. Like I
Yeah.
said, they're just a very Dornish house. Like that's the Dornish reputation, all right.
Since somebody is scorpion, they die. Whatever. That could be anybody.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
hold a lot of grudges. I mean, this is back in the conquest by King Darren one.
Yeah.
Targaryen, a long time ago.
Yeah.
Does he want to take over House Will? He might fit well.
He's an heir to the house already. Feel him out. You feel him out. You do that.
So you pull up alongside him, and he gives you a polite nod. Sir Lucaris.
How's the ride?
Well enough, but your temperate weather does not always agree with me.
It's not quite as blistering hot as it could be, I suppose.
Not as comfortably warm, no. Tell me, are you interested in taking bets to see how long it is before that bear passes out? To be clear, he nods at Alisane, not Oris. Sorry.
Yeah. Bears don't pass out. They just grumpily hibernate in a pool of sweat.
Still, perhaps someone should remind her to drink a little extra. I think I smell her sweat from here.
We have some iced wine. I'll make sure she gets plenty and it gets cooled down when we get stopped. I think it's a point of pride to her.
I think that most things are points of pride to, and he gestures broadly at everything. Like not just the group here, but it just keeps going. And he's like, this world that George R. R. Martin has created. Yeah.
I'm gonna look at him. I'm gonna look at the at Loris. I'm gonna look back and say, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, we shall see how the littlest Tyrell fares once he takes a champion seat.
You plan to challenge him?
I'm sure that someone will.
I'm sure someone will. Yes. He rides well, though.
Such a pretty gold flower to be such a big target here in Dorne.
Yeah.
Oh, my sense of dread kicked in.
Though, he doesn't seem to have any fear of showing off that target, does he?
No. Not yet. He's young.
He is.
And to be clear, Sir Julian's like 3 or 4 years older, right? But that's a big 3 or 4 years when it's...
There's significant boundaries, and it's, once you're, like, the other side of your 20s, it's a bit different from being in the early 20s.
Do you plan to challenge any of the champions? I'm afraid I didn't have any luck last time I attempted it.
You had some bad, as I recall. But no, certainly the 7 were not with you.
No, it was not my thing, apparently.
We shall see what tomorrow holds. As the tournament draws nearer its conclusion, and more of us get good looks at the out of character, I just forgot her name.
Whose name?
Iris. Jesus. I just completely blanked on Iris Danet's name.
Danet.
Yeah. And as more of us get better looks at Iris Danet, I think there will be more challenges in general. We'll see if I can't sneak one in somewhere.
Well, let's hope that's all the sneaking that happens.
Oh, of course.
Party.
So, do you have any plans to hunt any game today while we're on the ride? Or are we just doing the posturing thing? Which I am fine with, by the way. I am terrible at hunting.
Looks like most of us are here for the posturing. The bastards seem to be taking it a little seriously, and the bear seems to be trying to. But who can say?
I'm going to give him a nod and just kind of back away a little bit. This guy's a little intense.
Like, man, these Dornish guys, they're crazy. No wonder people don't like us.
Yeah.
And to be clear, like the sand snakes do seem to be taking it the most seriously, but they also might just be riding a short distance away from everybody else to look like they're choosing to ride a short distance away from everybody else. Like it might just be their way of kind of snubbing uh, all these snooty people that look down on bastards and stuff.
I am definitely gonna head that direction after hanging out with Stannis similarly.
Oris is over near the sand snakes also. So those three bastards are in perhaps self-imposed exile. Um, and they're just really not talking. Like as you approach, Obara is looking around like she might be looking for tracks. Oris is just looking bored. And Elia keeps looking back and forth between them like she's waiting for somebody to talk or like give her the
Yeah,
opportunity to talk. Like she's just waiting, like somebody say something that rhymes with horse, right? Like she's just like ready to brag about winning races and stuff. If only anyone will say anything near it. So she's just doing that like little sister thing of like, all right, I'll act like there, but I'm ready. And she's just kind of looking back and forth between the two of them, looking bored. Riding in the back seat on a road trip and nobody's talking
I,
type
I,
of
I'm
vibe
gonna
for
I'm gonna
her.
make eye contact with her as I approach, and I'm gonna say nothing for a moment as I kind of ride alongside. I'm gonna go. Finally, I'm gonna go. So, how's the ride?
Painfully dull. No one's galloping, no one's stabbing anything, no one's drinking poison and dying, no clumsy northerners are falling from the saddle from the heat. Nobody's horse has broken a leg and forced them to walk back. Uh, You only hear about tragic accidents whenever you hear about hunting history books. Sorella mentioned several to me when she talked me into coming this afternoon. And here we are with no deaths.
Well, the hunt's not over yet.
Suppose not, but
Somebody can still die.
You first.
I
This is
appreciate
how
you.
we cheer up a sand snake.
Appreciate you trying to cheer me up, cousin, but I don't
Obar,
think
her
it's
mother was
likely.
a Dothraki. Is that the case?
Uh, Obara snorts aloud, um, and she um, turns her horse your way a bit, and she was like, "Don't let my father or Elaria hear you call her that. She is worse than a Dothraki. Unlike them, she can be cruel and bloodthirsty." Uh, and Elia totally beams with pride at her mother being described as cruel and bloodthirsty compared to a Dothraki.
I would never say anything you mean it as an insult to to your mother's or to your father.
You would not say it twice.
That's some of it, yeah.
Oh, how goes the talking over there? I see lots of talking. All the
It's,
knights and lords.
it's terribly dull, to be honest. It's a lot of posturing and a lot of people trying to show each other up. Can I hold
But
my
how?
tongue once or twice?
And Elia seems to just be like, but nobody's doing anything cool. Like she seems genuinely confused. At, like, how are they showing each other up? They're just talking. She doesn't get that. So she's how?
Words and subtle conversation and things not said.
And they say women are soft.
First of all, Rudy.
They may, but they are fools.
Just going for a boring ride and talking at one another.
That said, could I ask either of you two a favor? Obar or Elia?
Elia sits up straight and like she's about to like Like, yeah, like a knight and a Nymaryen is asking me for a favor. This is serious. They must need something real bad. If only I can do it, right? So
Don't miss Elliot.
she sits up. Obara doesn't answer, but a little tug on her rein sends her horse ambling in closer.
We brought a bear on the hunt, which is fine and great, but my concern is she may overheat. The heavy fur she's wearing, she would not remove if some man asked, I am certain.
I hear it would depend on which man and how he asked. Elia just like cackles.
Possibly. But a suggestion at some point to remove it to cool off from one of you may actually be taken to heart. At least for a little while. I just don't let it overheat.
If father was here with that Damon Sand, you could get her out of her furs and get him into hers.
The goal is to keep her from overheating, not overheat her.
Obara, yeah, probably best Damon isn't here then.
I'm going to give some of the more watered down wine too, just so she stays hydrated. I'm just a little concerned that I don't want her collapsing in front of any of these assholes.
Elia looks kind of thoughtful for a moment and goes, yes, if someone's going to die out here, I'd rather it not be her.
Agreed.
Very thoughtful. Sort of.
I mean, what I want to know is like whose eyes like does she like fall onto when she says that? When she implying who she does want to drop dead.
You get the distinct impression she doesn't really care. There's
someone dies.
She's like 3 or 4 that she's like, I'd rather they not be dead. But then like any of the rest of them, she'd be like, what's one more Stormlander buried in Dorne? You know, like she'd just be like we could just get back to Wyvern's Rest and pretend they didn't leave with us. Who would call us liars? You know, like she's fine with whoever, man. But yeah, you know, Brienne's pretty cool. And they did go to war with her. So probably of the Stormlanders, she would want Beric dead the least. You know, because like they've ridden on campaign together. But yeah, like
I'm gonna
the rest of these, she'd be like, who fucking cares?
Kind of part ways a little while, kind of go back to like the baggage train and bring some of the more watered down wine up and toss it to them to hand to her.
Yeah,
and I'm also going to toss a non-watered down wine flask to Oris, just because I know he appreciates getting wine occasionally.
Yeah, he does. Little Robert Frey has one of the pack mules with all the stuff, so he's able to hook you up just fine. And actually, when you ask for a weaker, you know, and iced wine, he goes, could you see to it that my lady drinks some? I fear she's going to be terrible hot in that cloak of hers. I tried not to dress her in it, but she insisted. She said, you've got to dress proper for a hunt. And she said, a hunt's a hunt. And I tried to tell her it wasn't. And of course she knows that, but you know how she can be.
Robert Frey, you're a good man. But don't worry, I'm trying to get her out of the cloak right now.
He absolutely beams. And he does not, like, he might be the only okay, Stannis also probably. He's one of the 2 people here that you could say, I'm trying to get her out of that cloak right now, that like wouldn't think ill of you or speak on it. So instead he just, you know, looks grateful and he beams at some praise from a knight. So yeah, hands it over.
But well considered. Excellent swearing.
Yeah, and he just sits up straight in the saddle and you know, looking pretty happy with himself.
All right, with my my evil plot to keep someone from passing out accomplished or in progress, I will kind of fade back into the group.
All right.
But I'll refill my drink personally as well. So bear with me.
Okay. Raina, what else are you up to? Anything in particular?
No.
Not right this second? Okay. We'll circle back to Ash then.
yeah. So like, I'm conscious that like the number of people I want to speak to is like
Large. It's
I mean,
fine.
it's not huge, but I'm feeling like there are definitely some that I can save for another time.
It's totally cool though,
Yeah.
Ash. It's like I talked to people for a long time last session, and I know.
Yeah, I think
So
because
it's fine. Go right ahead.
And
yeah,
like
I mean,
the hunt is partially, like it's time that we did set aside out of character,
oh no,
for conversations. So like, feel free, man. Do
yeah, no, of course. There's just like there's a couple that like basically because like Renly and Loris don't part at least part of the conversation. I would kind of rather like they're not there, so this is maybe not the best setting for that. Except in Jim, I want to talk to, but like definitely privately. So
it's easy enough to get semi privacy with anybody you guys want. Again,
yeah,
that's
but
part of the
also
reason that people hunt. So like, yeah, you can absolutely kind of
yeah,
squirrel people
um,
away a little just fine.
sure, but like yeah, I definitely also want to like actually hunt things and try to be impressive that way. But I'm I'm conscious that like that's the point where you start like getting your fancy clothes in a mess and stuff. So that's why I've been kind of holding off on that particular.
Uh,
Uh,
my plan out of character is when you guys felt like you were all tapped out and done pursuing conversations, we would wrap things up with some hunting rolls, and
okay,
basically treat it as like, all right, you guys just hang out and talk and slowly amble this way, and then you hunt on the way back, and then like everybody would have the bragging rights or whatever.
okay,
But yeah, I was
that
just gonna kind of metagame it that way of
sure,
let's do all the role playing and then in the abstract make some rolls at the end to
yeah,
see by the time you guys return who ended up finding anything to stab.
yeah. I'd like them to kind of because I know I haven't had the chance to congratulate Little Robert or Brienne on their victories, so that's definitely something that Adam wants to make a point of doing. Um, I was, yeah,
All right, pick one. Let's go.
yeah, yeah. Okay, like go for Brienne, because yeah, that seems. No, wait, like Little Robert.
All right. So yeah, you probably see the tail end of little Robert handing a wineskin to your brother, and then Luke takes off. Um, and yeah, he just kind of perks up as you ride over, and he goes, yeah, "Hello, Adam. Uh, what need ya?" And he, already is starting to turn towards the pack mule and grab
Oh,
something.
uh, a drink would be lovely. But I also just wanted to congratulate you on your shooting. Well done. I'm very proud of you.
Uh, as he turns back around with a with a wineskin, he's his pale Riverlander skin is flush with a bright red blush. He goes, "Oh, I know that the rest of them kind of did it to be nice, but I still did good and
You did
and made it to the finals. And Lady Alisane said they wouldn't have done it if I didn't deserve it, if they didn't think.
Oh no,
So
definitely not. Yes, they don't do that for just anyone. So you
so yeah,
definitely did.
it looks
And
like he's already
and honestly, I was still betting on you to win, no matter what. So
yeah, and he just beams. Uh, I wouldn't have, but that was nice of you, Adam.
well, we're friends. That's what friends do. I was actually thinking it might be fun. Um, once the actual competing is done with, if you wanted to have a little bit of friendly shooting. Uh, I know that there's enough people interested in archery in general that I think people would want to watch.
Sure, I always like practicing.
Yeah. Oh, and yeah, that was really kind of what I wanted to ask.
Yeah, he just seems,
This might sound like a weird question, and but have you ever been to Harrenhal?
We didn't come that way. We rode, uh, actually out of character, because they did go to King's Landing first.
I'm just thinking,
Let's just go with we.
like Harrenhal and the twins are not super far apart, and they're like both in
Yeah.
Riverland. So like, he's the Riverlander that I know here, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah. Uh, Lady Allison and I rode past it on our way to King Robert's tourney, but we didn't stop there. It looked monstrous huge. Lady
Yeah,
Allison said it's haunted, and that they know that even on Bear Island, and that we shouldn't set foot there.
hmm. Yeah, I've been reading about it, and it it does seem to have a lot of awful stuff happen to it.
It was monstrous huge though. We
Well,
could see it even from the road, easy.
yes, it is the largest castle in the Seven Kingdoms. It's 3 times larger than Winterfell.
Never seen Winterfell, but
Oh, well, I mean, people talk about Winterfell being pretty big, but yeah, I hear it's enormous, and I've only ever seen some. I've really just sort of seen some illustrations of it, and read the descriptions of its dimensions. But I might be going there in the not too distant future, so I'm trying to learn more from people who might have actually seen it.
I could tell you all about the twins, but no, not Harrenhal.
Well, yeah, I was like, on an ordinary day, I would be like, tell me about the twins, but yeah, I've got shit to do, unfortunately.
I've been to River Run twice, but not
I
to
hear,
not to Harrenhal.
I hear Riverrun has a fantastic library.
Oh, I didn't go to the library.
Well, I mean, that's all right, but not everyone's as obsessed with books as I am.
They made sweet little maple pastries, though. They were real good.
Well,
Nuts and all sticky with syrup and such.
I regret that it is too late to change the closing feast menu. That sounds very nice.
There's some other Riverlanders here. I remember seeing them. Maybe they could tell you about Harrenhal.
Yeah, I think I might do that. Uh, thanks for the drink and the conversation, Robert. I'm going to see if I can make some slightly better impressions with some of our guests before I hunt anything.
It's your name day tourney. They should be making good impressions on you.
That is nice of you to say, but it kind of works both ways. There are people of significantly more status than me here, so it's important to make sure they're going away with a good impression. Especially the ones that are a little harder to please. He says as his eyes kind of slide across Stannis's back.
He gives the shrug of someone who is relieved not to worry about such things. And just said 7 blessings, like as a good luck. It's just,
Thank you. And we'll trot on to see if I can get a word or two out of Brienne.
all right. Brienne of Tarth is sitting squared and upright in the saddle, um, all erect, broad-shouldered, proper horsemanship, eyes scanning the horizon for threats. She's clearly not hunting so much as like keeping everyone safe from the Vulture King, right? Like she's got that mentality of, like uh she seems tense in the saddle, kind of wary. Uh Vaguely reminds you of the way the King's Guard looked at everybody in King's Landing,
Mm.
where they're just eyes are scanning stuff. Um, yeah, so or the knights you were riding on campaign with, making your way through the Red Mountains, knowing that the Vulture King's folk were watching. She seems to be that same flavor of tense and wary. Uh, Probably kind of all the time is the impression you've got. She doesn't seem uh to relax much.
I couldn't possibly relate.
So yeah,
Well,
she's sitting there, and she gives you a little nod as you arrive. Uh, Lord Adam, 7 blessings to you.
7 blessings, Bren. Well, if anything takes a mind to creep up on us, I'm sure you'll spot it before anyone else. You're very alert.
Well, I'm sure that Lord Renly would spot it first, but I just, if you'll pardon me saying so, young lord, all the rest of Westeros has grown up on tales of the bandits in the Red Mountains, and I mean no offense. I know that you and yours only just recently uh, took care of them, but I've always heard
Well,
bandits are like weeds. If you don't get the roots, they'll always come back.
yeah, no offense taken. You are right. There always seems to be more, no matter what you do. But I assure you, everything is being done to keep my guests safe. But still, your vigilance commends you. I wanted to congratulate you again at your victory, and I hope that I didn't embarrass you too much by asking you to reveal your identity.
Oh no, though you honor me by congratulating me on defeating your sister, which feels a bit strange, but
Well,
I understand the Mystery Knight tradition doesn't mean I can hide my face the whole time.
good. I was worried that I'd cause perhaps some undue distress.
She just gives a shake of the head. It looks like she was ready for the due stress, so she
Yeah.
did not think of it as undue stress.
So I'm I'm curious. How long have you been in Lord Renly's service?
I'm not, no, I'm not sworn to him. Just
I think.
uh,
I'm sorry.
there's. Go ahead.
I assumed that being in his entourage, you were in his service. That I apologize.
No, I've just rather fallen in with some of them. There is little place for me back home in Tarth, uh, and seek to just ride the kingdom a bit, and found myself in the Stormlands. Uh, and everyone that does, I suppose, in a way, serves Lord Renly. And then I was able to travel with him to the Reach for that last tourney, and well, on traveling back this way for this one, I thought I would risk all to partake. If I could anywhere, it would be in Dorne.
Well, certainly this is probably the place uh, most amenable to uh, women warriors. Though I certainly hope that that those you're riding with are treating you with due respect.
She pointedly ignores that last sentence and just goes, might be the place warrior women are the most welcome this side of Bear Island. And she nods with a hint of a smile towards Lady Alisane. You get the feeling that's about as close to a joke as you're going to get from her.
Yeah. Are you acquainted with Lady Alison?
We spoke a bit. Uh, and then her cheeks flush violently red. Though initially, when she mistook me for a man, uh, as I was yet helmed. But yes, we have spoken. And she
I
like
see.
blushes furiously and looks away. And
I take it she made more than a few ribald jokes.
the lady was not ungracious by the standards of Bear Island, I am sure.
Well, if it's any consolation, that is her way, and I'm sure she didn't mean uh, to cause embarrassment. If anything, it's a good sign that she feels comfortable being herself around you there.
She was quite comfortable, yes.
Well, uh, it's like, oh, see, the same thing happens with Aura. She's like a wall.
Brienne's just like super serious in all
No,
this.
I know.
Like there's not a ton to work with.
Yeah, no, it's fine. And like, yeah, it's like how do I like make this a pleasant interaction without like speed running to like being too familiar, you know? Because Adam has a tendency to run his mouth and be over familiar. Well, yeah. Well, I suppose I don't need to kind of. I guess if like he's kind of picking up that like she's kind of not really someone for kind of bantering with, he'll
Not
like
much of a talker.
yeah, and like he's not gonna force her to like do that because like yeah, he's somewhat empathetic and knows what will generally know when someone's like not very comfortable. So he will like politely extricate himself.
And she is absolutely polite, as you know, fare thee well, and right away. Like she doesn't come off as purposefully brusque the way Stannis does when he's not interested in talking to somebody. She doesn't come off as morosely disinterested the way Oris does. She just doesn't seem used to people talking to her. She
Hmm.
doesn't seem well practiced at it. She seems profoundly embarrassed by Alysanne Mormont trying to feel her up when Alysanne thought she was a dude and like trying to hit on her as the Mystery Knight and
Oh,
stuff.
right, okay. I
Yeah.
didn't realize that was the subtext there. Sorry.
Yeah, was that Alysanne was like, I don't need to see your face to know who you are, right? Like type of, you
Oh,
get the
okay.
impression that that sort of was what
Right.
happened. So Brienne was, yeah,
Okay. Yeah, I read that as a far milder interaction than
yeah. No,
what you meant.
I was absolutely picturing it as a drunken Alysanne Mormont trying to get into the Mystery Knight's pants. Uh, and yeah, and then I'm picturing Brienne of Tarth in the plate mail dying. Uh, so it struck me as humorous.
it's
But
quite
yeah,
amusing.
so she just seems not, terribly comfortable talking much. You
Yeah, no,
certainly
that
aren't left with the impression that it is Adam, right? Like it's not
yeah.
his fault.
Okay, no, that's all right, I guess. Right. Going to like the last. There are definitely like conversations that I can wait till later. Um, I'm just going to join Stannis. One of the few people who's actually like going to go talk to him on purpose.
All right. So as the rest of you stare with wide-eyed amazement at Adam riding to the doom of conversing with Stannis, you guys do notice the next time you see Alysanne Mormont, she is riding over there with the Sand and Waters bastards, uh, and somehow Oris has the cloak on, and now he just looks bigger and shaggier, and is
He
just
looks like an
sitting.
actual bear.
He's just sitting in the saddle, and like, you know, Northman's fur stuff isn't exactly a bad look on him, but it also isn't encouraging him to talk much more. He doesn't seem to have been the one that had the idea. He is not taking part in the conversation with Mormont and the Sands. He just looks like he somehow ended up with the with this, half a bearskin cloak thing. Just like, well, whatever. So yeah, that's the snapshot that you guys get of that situation.
This the phrase that I just so much associate with Oris is that John Mulaney line of, "Oh, well, this might as well happen."
Might as well happen.
Yeah, adult life is already so goddamn weird.
Um, so all right, Stannis is again leading. If you ask Stannis, Stannis is leading the group. That makes sense. Like he is riding in front, but if you ask him, he is also leading. So yeah, you're able to kind of suck around everybody else. And yeah, he is riding alone in the front.
Yeah, I think gonna start with just the respectful nod of acknowledgement and not launching straight into talking to him because he's one of the people who doesn't like talking. So I'm trying to learn. But once that has kind of gone like a short while, we'll pipe up. I read Six Times to See. Thank you very much for that. It was absolutely fascinating, and I see why you said that that I could call myself a man after reading it.
He lifts an eyebrow. Read it already. I can see why your grandfather says you're the smart one.
It comes with a certain degree of sleep deprivation, but thank you. In truth, I have read a little bit of all the books I've been gifted, but that one was one that I just sort of found myself unable to put it down.
He just nods, like, yeah, it's a great book. I knew what I was doing, right? Like he just gets this nod of acknowledgement.
Were you always interested in sailing?
No,
Really? Was it?
Stole my job.
Yeah. Oh. Was that the heckle from the back?
Someone randomly said that. We don't know who.
So was it a matter of duty or an interest that developed?
all things are matters of duty. All things that are worth doing. I have little interest in sailing for sailing's sake, though I certainly understand better than many the importance of ships in times of war. But yes, it fell upon me as master of ships to learn to master ships, and so I have done so.
He doesn't want my child.
I confess I find that surprising given the sorry, given the shall I say the amount of adventure in that book. I had actually thought from your praise of it that that you were an enthusiast. And not that there is any it, by no means a criticism, just surprising.
For Stannis, his face is very cold and hard. And I just want to do an out of character reminder. When Stannis was young, he watched the ship with his parents on it crash
Fuck, okay, right. I
just
didn't.
outside Storm's End. So, so you
You right? Okay,
uh,
you might have wanted to bring that in earlier because I did
yeah.
not know
So
that.
yeah, it
And
just
like,
a reminder.
yes, no, no, seriously, like I would absolutely not have brought anything ship related up
Yeah.
if I had
Well,
known that. So I'm now feeling
it's
like really, I'm feeling really fucking embarrassed right now.
it's fine. It is at this point like you were making pleasant conversation about a gift he gave you. So he sees that as acknowledging the gift, and that's expected and fine. If you were to continue pursuing it past this point,
Hmm.
it would be moving
Uh,
into the realm where somebody might take it as some sort of insult. So,
Yeah, no,
uh,
I was about
yeah,
to change
it's
the
fine.
subject anyway. Like, just yeah, no, I'm like out of character, having a bit of a reaction.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Like I said, it was you had a reason to be discussing it with him. I just wanted to nip that in the bud before it went further.
Yeah,
Uh, especially
no,
Stannis
no, like
being
thank you. I
Stannis.
just like yeah, no, thanks.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah,
okay.
just yeah, could have done with that mic sooner because I'm panicking now.
It's fine. I promise, out of character, he will not hold that against you to that point.
No.
If it
So
had continued, it would have
yeah,
moved into the realm of.
so yeah,
So yeah, that's
so
why I was tapping the
yeah,
brakes.
so anyway, the there I think there's probably been plenty of talking on this hunt, but not enough actual hunting. Would you care to join me in changing that?
Think it's because of the talking that not much hunting has happened. Uh,
Quite, although a certain amount
I
of
hate Stannis.
he says like this dismissive look over his
yeah.
shoulder at
No,
everyone else.
Look
Like
at all these
fuck,
people having
like
good, a good time.
they're
Fuck
ruining
them.
my hunt.
We're here to hunt.
Yeah, like he's just
yeah, I'm kind of trying to refuse to like let it bring me down. So like I was just trying to say, like,
I
a
won't
certain
let Stannis bring me down.
a certain a certain degree of interaction is not without its merits on such things, in my opinion. But there does come a time where the the talking should subside in favor of the shooting and the spearing. I just thought since you seem to take that you seem to take it seriously, that you would be. I would like to, if we could accompany each other up ahead to try and get the first kill.
the time that talking should subside and spears should come about is when a man says he's going hunt. Sorry, one sec. Super loud bike outside.
Fucking planes.
Yeah, so the time that talking should subside and the spears come out is when a man says he's going hunting. When a man wants to talk, he should say he's talking. When a man says he's hunting, he should hunt. And with that, he kind of clicks the reins a little and starts to ride ahead after a quick little toss of his head for you to come along. So yeah, it just sounds like he just disapproves of like there's a duplicity to him to saying we're gonna go on a hunt and then just Renly prattles on all fucking day, right? Like you could definitely get like that's his
Like
mindset is like if you say you're hunting, you should hunt. Uh, so yeah, he just sounds disapproving of everyone left behind the two of you as the
I think
two of
this
you
proves, like
pull
honestly,
ahead.
proves of me as well. To be honest,
No.
so I mean, I was hoping that there would be something in view that I could like shoot in front of him just to make a point.
There's there's a bear riding a horse. It's the craziest thing.
I should probably not shoot that. It will just make it angry.
True.
It would really make her angry.
Or it would just be like, the fuck, whatever.
As much,
Like, so yeah, but Stannis
as
will
much as
absolutely go hunting. Pull away from the group.
yeah, I'll do that as well. And basically, like, I'm actively looking. Like, I want to kill something before he does, just to like make a point
Yeah.
So,
of like, oh, you're gonna imply I'm a fucking casual. Well, fuck you.
Yeah.
But without saying it.
And as those two pull away, back in the main body, back in the party hunt, as those two, you know, uh, click the reins, jingle the spurs a little bit, and go pointedly trotting ahead. There's a brief moment as like Renly and Barrack and everybody nearby acknowledge that, and then Renly gives like a toast with his wineskin. Is at last the rest of us can get a word in edgewise.
Stannis is out of the picture.
So yeah, the mood, if anything, in the main body, the mood improves. Stannis and his aura of disapproval move farther away. But
Does the little like 5-foot diameter rain cloud that's over him, does it follow him?
Yeah, it comes with him. Adam's,
Yeah, I guess you could
Adam's
say like Adam is taking one for the team here.
yeah, Adam is kiting Stannis's default aggro away from the group.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like, yeah.
D6 of scorn damage every round as an area of effect around Stannis.
It's literally extremely uncomfortable, but like all I can do right now is try to shoot something first and shoot more things than him and better things than him and try and like get him to grudgingly accept that I'm not a waste of space.
I don't know why Adam sets himself up on these impossible goals, but it is interesting.
Well, yeah. Playing on hard mode in more ways than one.
So let's circle back to the.
Didn't mean like that.
Nope, too late. That's how we took it, and that's how we would have meant it. So that's how you meant it. Let's circle back to the main group and take care of any more active conversating, any active role playing, any specific discussions that people wanted to come up, things like that. Before we move on to rolling dice and hunting. So, Renly quips about Stannis riding off and letting the rest of you finally get a word in edgewise.
Because that guy never shuts up. Stannis. I'm tempted to tell Elia that that Adam is trying to outpace her, but I don't want to send her towards Stannis. That's not fair to her.
She hasn't done anything that wrong.
Yeah. So, I think I'm good on conversations. I'm just going to go with the flow and maybe stab a thing.
So just general small talk from here on out.
Yeah.
How about Reyna? Any particular chatting up of folk that she wanted to do?
No, not here.
Okay. Then yeah, let's move on to rolling some dice. We will be busting out the character sheets, and you are going to take a look for your I'm trying to remember what the name of, is it the outdoors skill?
It's a survival skill.
There we go, survival. Too many RPGs use almost the same word for a lot of things. You're like,
when I first got into like tabletop RPGs, I only played like one system. I didn't really get like why the GM would sometimes slip up and say the wrong.
Yeah, like which
At
one?
this point, having played a half a dozen different systems and different versions of them, I'm like, yeah, whatever. Reflex,
Yeah,
text.
what's-
You know what I fucking meant.
what does this one call perception? Fuck.
What's it called with this fucking one?
So yes, let's bust out the survival dice, and specifically, you will get bonus dice for hunting. So if you have the hunt specialty, and Adam is
Oh,
going
I
to
do
get some
not.
extra bonus dice from actively trying first, and kind of getting away from the louder contingent. So when Adam gets back, he'll get some bonuses. But let's go with so how's this work? So by default, the difficulty is based on how long you are hunting, along with the terrain and season. We're gonna round up. Let's call this a 6-hour hunt. So that makes it difficulty 18. Um,
I don't even have the dice at 18.
Say 18.
yes, we'll go 18. Um, let's call this summer. So that'll make it difficulty 16. I'm not going to penalize you guys for any sort of Dornish terrain, partially because you're in a particularly lush green part of Dorne, partially because you're from Dorne. So we're going to be looking at target number 16. Let's also, though, everybody roll and keep +1 die to represent kind of a teamwork aspect. Because you guys do also have, some squires and people out and about. And you planned this route as a particularly good place to go hunting, a little bit,
Okay.
so yeah, so it's gonna
I
be
have a chance now. A possibility to make this.
yeah,
Not a
so
good
it's
one,
gonna
but I
be
have a chance.
survival +1 die rolled and kept, plus any hunting specializations or specialties that you have. All right. And give me a moment as I go see who is likely to give a fuck and want to do some rolling here.
All right, I don't have it.
Wow, okay. Stannis has no hunting or no survival. Give me a second, and then let's check. And I'm not going to roll for every single NPC here. But let's just check a few more. Do, 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 do. All right, Renly's got some.
Well, I got a destiny point for Adam for braving the Manus.
Yeah, gotcha. So let's
Thank you.
this roll.
Thank you, Bad Nook.
Yeah. And Adam, you are back. We are going to the rolls. So it's going to be the survival skill plus any specialty dice in hunt. Everyone's going to get +1 die. So roll and keep 1 extra die. And then Adam in particular gets a bonus die. So, like, as though he had the hunt specialty at 1 more than it is. So roll, but don't keep an extra from being kind of the first to give it a go and pulling away from the rest of the group a little bit.
Right. Okay, that's a lot of information.
Okay,
Just give me a sec.
so
Right.
start with survival.
I'm really shit at that. So that's 2.
All right. So +1 from just a general bonus that the group gets in the
Okay.
abstract. Do you have the hunting specialty?
I do not. I didn't think
Okay.
to take it.
All right. So
I'm gonna say that Adam's like he likes hunting. He's maybe, but I mean, if this was just like a pure marksmanship thing, he'd be great at it. But maybe the sort of tracking side of things, he's maybe less good at. I don't know.
So that's going to be
it's not necessarily good. Yeah. Anyway.
then 1 bonus die for kind of taking the initiative. So you're going to be rolling 4, keeping 3.
Right, I've got a bunch of like temporary destiny points, can I use one to convert that bonus dice into a kept dice?
Yeah, you can. Or you can, yeah, like whatever destiny points are normally allowed to do, you can do. So however you'd
Yeah,
like to
I'm pretty sure
manipulate this roll,
I'm pretty sure that's one of the things you can do. It would usually be after the roll, I think. But
yes.
yeah.
But you can gain you can spend a destiny point to gain a bonus die. Um, so you
You
can
can
do
take
that.
one from someone else as well, and something else.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the other thing is that you can convert a bonus die to a kept die.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So let's roll here. Couple
That is
NPCs.
actually not bad for 4 dice.
And you guys are all nominally looking for a 16. Is the
Oh yeah,
target
yeah,
number
I've got 22
for
now.
for
Yeah,
its.
I'm not succeeding at any of this. Just for the record, I don't succeed at hunting rolls ever.
It's like we have people for that.
We do have people for that. I'm not here to actually.
Yeah, I did use my bloody lucky feat to re-roll, and I still did not. I actually
Still
got
did
worse.
porn. That's
So
fine.
I got like a 10. I had like a 14. It was actually pretty close.
All right.
It's not bad.
So,
Yeah, fucking Bale, fucking
yeah, Bayla's sitting on an 18. What did you end up with for Adam?
22.
Nice.
Okay.
That kept dice made a big difference because it was a 6.
So the first to get a kill is Adam. And it's actually a couple kills in quick succession. You spot movement up ahead, and on the run, you catch a pair of fat Dornish hares, like one and then the other, just as quick as can be. And you hear a grunt of approval from Stannis at your quickness with a bow. Um,
That'll do, pig. That'll do.
uh, so, and then we're gonna kind of go down the list for the most part. Um, so, Bela with an 18 is able to get kind of a small uh, Dornish mountain deer. I'm picturing like not quite an antelope type, not that different from a normal like Western European deer, like most of Westeros. But
I
I
was
do
literally
picture
just thinking about Dick there, Erica.
I do, yeah, I kind of a dick, but not like an adorable tiny one like people send for unsolicited dick pics. But yeah, you get a
they're
you know
called pick picks.
you get a kind of small Dornish deer, um, and yeah, it's absolutely an unfair fight. You spear it with with your Valyrian steel blade. And there's a cheer from the gathered knights and stuff at uh, your skill with a shaft. Anyways, so Reyna, what were was your total?
Dude.
Okay, I heard I ended up with a 9. I did not succeed in real life, but not over the headset. So with a 9, yeah, you are a part of some of the chases. Like when a deer gets flushed, you're right there with everybody. Helping kind of run it down and steer it towards the group. But you are yet a virgin. You did not get your spear wet.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Freezing.
You're welcome. What was your
I
total,
told you he was
Robert?
problematic. 10.
A 10, same thing. You are there with everybody. It's not like you got a critical fumble or anything like that. You didn't look absolutely inept in the saddle or with the spear or anything like that. But yeah, you are not quite able to get a kill among this group. um, Obara Sand does. She and
She does.
Elia uh, whoop and holler and are running down some wild dogs that are snapping and barking. And that's not really something that you hunt like for the meat. It's just like, woo, something to spear. We're Sand Snakes. Let's fucking do this, right? So you guys run into some, kind of angry, violent doggos, and Obara ends up spearing one. Stannis Baratheon does not have a great day. He is also just taking part in chasing and flushing prey
Oh,
with his spear. He
all
also
all
ended up.
that talk about where a man says he's hunting and hunts. Yeah, fuck you, Stannis.
He didn't say a man succeeds at hunting. He just says
He,
when you say you're
he,
hunting, you
he
should be
implied.
hunting.
I think it was implied.
What?
Um,
What?
Sir Loras Tyrell never once lowers his spear. He just doesn't seem to have anything lined up, and so he makes a big show of making it look like he never really tries. So he just keeps his spear up like a banner the whole time. He rides around with everybody, and he, isn't completely fucking high elf aloof or whatever. He lets out a whoop and a holler when it's time to scare and flush some game. But he makes a big show of never quite trying to kill anything. So yeah, no luck for him. Brienne of Tarth uh, only ever tries to steer game towards other people. She, lets out a roar. She rides. She rears up her horse to spook stuff, and all that. Never makes an effort. You can tell there's a difference of intent behind Brienne never quite trying and Loras never quite trying. Right? Brienne is giving everybody else a bonus on their hunting rolls. Loras refuses to pull the trigger unless he has a missile lock, right? Like he's not going to try and fail at something, whereas Brienne is trying to help others. Alysanne Mormont um, drunkenly falls from the saddle at one point, and then just fucking rolls with it. She just like leaps from the saddle in the middle of the pack of snapping, barking dogs, and she falls, and she just kind of rolls to her feet with an axe in one hand and a dagger in a reverse grip in the other, and she just like wades into the pack of dogs, because she's like, it's the only way to be safe from them. If you run, they'll bite. She says, like as they're clawing and biting at her and stuff. So she just roars and has a good old time. And
Yeah,
and
10 dogs is nearly as much as a bear.
these awful feral desert dogs, and she
I
gets a
imagine we probably like used their fur or something at the very least.
yeah, she gets a couple of scrapes and scratches, but she insists that she's fine. um Little Robert Frey does not directly partake in the hunt, but one of those dogs attacking Alysanne does die with one of his arrows in it. So he's like clearly not there. He is there to squire, not hunt. But when a pack of feral dogs is swarming your lady, that's not hunting. That's doing your job as a good squire, right? Edric Dane also does not really take part in the hunt. Beric Dondarrion does. He is able to end up with the kill of a big Dornish hare, though his gets trampled instead of speared. He runs it over instead. He insists he did it on purpose, but
Oh,
everyone's pretty sure that the empty wineskin hanging from his saddle might be why his spear missed, and it wasn't just him being showy. Oris Waters never tries. Garrus Drinkwater, who I
even
probably shouldn't put next to Oris Waters in this list. It makes it sound kind of lewd. Um, he does put in a good faith effort to hunt with his fellow knights and these visiting lords. He is able to in a fairly like remarkably lucky turn of events, he's able to spear a a bird as it is flushed from some underbrush. Um, like Beric Dondarrion, he insists it was done entirely on purpose, and it wasn't just a quick twitch of like, "Oh shit, there's a thing." So he brags incessantly about being able to lance a bird from the sky. Sir Adam,
even though it had only got like a few feet off the ground.
right? Yeah, like it might as well.
Yeah.
Sir Adam and Septon Jim both seem fairly content to leave the work to younger men. Like, nope, this is sport. I don't really ride hard for sport anymore. I'm too old for that to be fun. We're just out here because we enjoy being in the saddle and being companionable. Um, so they help out, their flushing game and stuff with everybody else. Sir Julian of House Corgyle uh, also ends up with a small desert deer. He had a 17, so his is somehow a bit less impressive than Bela's deer, right? It's a little bit smaller or whatever. The overall winner of the day with a 24, in
Fuck.
part because I gave him an extra kept die due to a royal boon to House Baratheon, is Renly Baratheon, who is absolutely insufferable about a huge mountain goat that he took down. Um, and he's like, I'm pretty sure the banter lured it into coming near us. And there, see, you don't need to be silent to do well at this sort of thing. You just need to be good at it, brother. And like he is absolutely like, see, he ended up keeping all fucking sixes. Like he just had a good roll.
Fuck. Like two of my dice were fives, and like that still wouldn't have, even if they'd both been, if it had been all sixes, it still wouldn't have beaten them. That's galling.
So yeah, so he is pretty smug about it. Um, and the darkest things get at one point, uh, as he is, needling Stannis about it, and Stannis is riding in Stanisian silence, but mostly just ignoring it, right? Like after a certain point, your little brother's japes are water off a duck's back, right? Like he's just whatever. Renly's gonna Renly. This is fine. He
Fine.
got lucky at something like Renly always does. So for most of it, Stannis is just brooding in a way that's indecipherable or indistinguishable, excuse me, of normal Stannis. But at one point, Renly says, "Then again, I suppose there isn't much chance to practice on Dragonstone." And he gets a dark, intense
Oh, he went
Stanisian
too
glare.
far.
And Stannis's head whips around and he glares, uh, and Renly pauses for a moment, and then just kind of goes and gives a little apologetic shrug nod, like okay, I went too far. That's fine. I understand that's going in your book of grudges, but it hit harder than I meant it to. So there is that bit where the brotherly banter goes a hair too far, but Renly does kind of acknowledge it, and then he goes back and instead he starts, good naturedly picking on Barrack instead. Like, it's a good thing I didn't try to run this one down. My horse would have broken a leg. Not like your paltry little, what was that again? A rat? And, he just kind of shifts the good natured banter. So that's, yeah, the popular preppy kid mostly entertains others at the expense of someone else in this type of group. And he just kind of swings that to somebody he knows will take it in good nature. And Barrack, returns it with a few japes and jabs, and well, it would have been unseemly for me to one up my lord, so I thought it best to keep my sights small, and like they just go back and forth a little bit in a good-natured way. So yeah, there is that kind of mounting tension, and then Renly stops one joke too far, um, but nobody bursts out into fisticuffs. I made a will roll after that when I saw that Renly won, and I saw that Stannis completely failed. I was like, yeah, let's do some quick willpower rolls and just kind of see how well the brothers are able to restrain themselves so that a war doesn't break out at Adam's tourney, doesn't turn into the great tourney at Harrenhal that people talk about 20 years from now,
Yeah.
as when the Stormlands rent themselves asunder, right? So yeah, they Renly did go a little too
On
far.
the other hand, that would be cool.
No,
You're like, we
no.
would be famous.
I mean, it would be nice. I mean, like the upside that Adam sees is that people would stop talking about who he's going to marry.
It's like, that would be
Oh,
cool.
great! Like people are
Or-
talking about Civil War instead. Fantastic.
Or people are like, yeah, Civil War is boring. Who's Adam marrying? I heard about it because of this.
Yeah, I heard that's why the war started.
Yeah, they both had prospects,
Uh,
and he couldn't choose.
So, so yeah, overall, the hunt is a reasonable success. Enough of you return with stuff, um, that it can be called a success. Stannis didn't kill Renly, leading Loras to killing Stannis, so like that's good. Everything's fine. So yeah, several of you have pretty reasonable catches. I was saying Mormont now has a dead feral dog slung over one shoulder, as a prize, and a second like across the back of her saddle, as though
Listen,
like that's what you were out there to hunt. And she's defending it to some of the others. She's like, "Dog's good eating when you're hungry." I can see that you soft Southern folk just never know what cold or hunger is. But I'll tell you, dog ain't bad once it's in the stew pot 3 or 4 days. And she's like just defending keeping the dog as a game animal, and everyone's just like, "That's not okay.
I
You're
feel
not
like-
on Bear Island."
I
Like,
feel like Warlocks are my ancestors now.
Lady Alicent, in my defense, I would say I know what cold is, but the rest is probably a fair cop.
Probably not hunger
This
though.
week.
Not at.
That's
Right,
why,
right.
that's why I said the rest is fair. Fuck's sake, does nobody listen to me? Ugh.
Hey, I had predetermined my jape, but I was going to say it anyway.
yeah, and when Rhaena puts her foot down and says, "We're not eating that this week," Alsaid's like, "Well, you lot ain't eating it at all. I'm the only one who took trouble to keep a couple. I mean, maybe I'll share some jerky with you sometime after the tourney."
No,
Yes,
you will not. It's okay.
I mean, I'd be willing to try it. I suppose. I'm sure if anyone can turn it into something nice, Bessa can do it.
You think Bessa is going to let a dog be cooked in her kitchens?
I mean, if we ask nicely enough, maybe.
Remember that
It's not like we're asking her to like cook it alive or anything.
she was a cook on the edge of the slums of King's Landing.
He's
Yeah,
not
it's like-
anymore.
I'm just
So
saying,
I've
like,
never
dog.
cooked a dog. We've never had that quality of meat before.
Yeah,
We've been
like,
trapped.
what do you think I lived? Cooked in the Red Keep? No, we don't have dog. It's crazy. Like, yeah.
But probably a bit of cat as well. Why not?
So at some point on the way back, I'm just going to be talking loudly to whoever will listen. So, given that Nymaryans hunt this land regularly, I saw no need to take an additional animal.
Is that
No
the line?
need.
Really? Okay. I will say, like the whole experience with Stannis is like thoroughly fucked Adam's mood. He's gonna be like in a really fucking bad mood. Like even though he's like, even though he was like sort of second in the runnings there, I think more or
Yeah,
less.
yeah. Adam did end up coming in second. You got
So
that's why you
like,
got multiple
he's,
things.
he's still gonna be like grumbling about like not having gotten something bigger, and he's just, and it's not really about that. He's just in a really fucking foul mood now because he's had, because of all this, because of having to be around Stannis being a grumpy shit.
Leave the game to small folks, I say.
So 1 second. I need to make an empathy roll for someone.
Ooh.
So yeah, before you guys get back to Wyvern's Rest, Elias Sand pulls up alongside Adam, just cheerfully, jauntily, kind of high stepping a bit instead of her horse just walking. She makes a point of prancing next to you. She goes, "Oh, you did kill a few rabbits. I've heard that boys from the north hunt rabbits often." And like she's biting her lip to keep a straight face, and she feels terribly clever.
Yes, we do, and the rabbits there. So seeing them against the snow is an extra challenge.
Is that why you only got 2?
Why are you doing this, Elia?
Oh, he's not in the mood.
Doing what? I'm making pleasant conversation. I have it on good authority that people of noble blood are expected to do to politic on these hunts.
Yes, I did that earlier. I'm sure you didn't notice because you were busy prancing off in the underbrush.
Oh, you mean spending all day riding around with Oris? He was he was in her vicinity. They were clearly not like riding together at all. But she was like closer to him than you, and you could tell she's been sitting on that all day. She's just been like,
wow, what a jerk.
So like, if I can just sort of take a moment to like describe the look that elicits from Adam, is that like, if he had Superman's laser vision, she would be dead.
like she
She'd be a little
and
pile of ash.
everything beyond her. Yeah.
What would you know about such things?
What was? Sorry, Ash, I missed the. What did you say?
It's like, what would you fucking know about Oris?
I mean, I didn't say we did much talking.
Oh, she's fucking terrible.
Elia, what did I do to you all those years ago in the Water Gardens that makes you want to needle me all the time?
You're not making it very fun today. You're supposed to splash me back like we're in the fountains.
Well, perhaps I'll save the splashing back then, because I am in no mood right now. You know what? I'm not going to even tell you because you're just going to make fun of me.
I would only do that if it was, I mean, good. What's the matter?
It was good.
Just... Look, if... Right, don't tell anyone, but I'm feeling frustrated. I didn't do as well as I wanted to, and everything I try to do to make a good impression on Lord Stannis just fails. I literally cannot please the man, and I don't know what I can do about it.
How do you want to? Everybody hates Stannis. And she's like talking way too loud. Like she's not at all trying. Like she's not yelling or anything, but like she's not keeping her voice down. She's just straight up. Yeah, sand snakes don't give a fuck. She's like, why? Everybody hates Stannis.
Fucking, he's terrible.
Aside from the fact that he's very important, and saw fit to come down here at my invitation, and to me that means something. It's not just about Stannis. I can't impress anyone. Like, you know, I, I can't impress him. I can't impress grandfather. I can't even impress you. That bothers me. I'm supposed to be making people like me, and the things that I would normally do to achieve that are not working. I mean, I think I even managed to make Sir Loris dislike me.
But he hates him too. Adam, when was the last time I shot archery against you? And like out of character, it was like before you left home. Like you guys
like
were like
10 years ago.
6, like
Yeah.
right? Like it was ages and ages ago, if ever.
Probably about 10 years ago.
All right. Do you know why?
You're not interested in it.
Because you're better at it than me, so of course I don't do it.
But
And that's why you shouldn't try to ride against me. Because you're impressed with my riding, as you should be, but I'm impressed with your archery. So of course you impress people. You just can't always impress everyone about everything. And who do you know that could impress Stannis or the golden flower up his ass Loras Tyrell?
Wait, you're impressed with my archery?
Everyone is. You're Adam the Archer. She says as though she did not name herself Lady Lance.
Everyone goes, well, you know, like people just go on about how it's like that it's a small folk thing or that it's not very important, and you know, well, but nobody was saying it wasn't important when it was, you know, helping us defeat the Vulture King or Anders Ironwoods. You know, like everyone's fine with it then, but yeah, I just heard too many times this week that it's for, you know, that it's not a proper nightly sport.
Have them tell Sorella that, or that Sir Balin, or the other Elia that you guys like.
That other one.
Yeah, she routinely refers to her as the other Elia.
Things like Sir Balin or Aunt Elia can smash the face in of anyone who bothers them, whereas I can't really do that because, you know, well, I'm 6 and 10 and not a knight, so.
And because you're, you know, scrawny like a rabbit.
I'm not scrawny.
Pretty scrawny.
I would prove it, but I am not gonna take off my shirt because I'm not Lucaris.
Whose shirt is off right now? There's no explanation given.
Yeah, it's just, everybody looked away for a moment, and they looked back, and the shirt was gone.
I suppose I'm scrawny compared to several people here, but I'm not objectively scrawny. I don't think. Fuck, am I scrawny?
You're pretty scrawny, which is why you should play to your strengths. So, if somebody that Strongbor, right? He's huge. If he were to come up to you and say that archery is for small folk, and then you were to point to Sorella and say that it's fine for somebody with the blood of the noble red viper, then perhaps he would say archery is for women, which Sorella is. This week, wink.
Despite her best efforts.
So, and then of course you couldn't pound him in the nose. I mean, maybe you could reach it if you were in the saddle, but anyway, where I'm going with this is that you don't have to. Just have someone else do it for you.
That feels a bit
noble. You called our ass out.
That was not the word I was looking for, but I don't want people fighting my battles for me.
Why not?
Because I'm supposed to be able to defend myself. I mean, what don't you think that a lord who can't defend himself would be a weak lord? Would you not think that?
Lords defended themselves with armies and champions. It's the whole point of being a lord. That's why my father's so special. He doesn't need any of those. But you're not him.
Well, no, nobody is him, unfortunately.
I'm trying. He's got so much experience on me.
I feel like stuff like that is the reason why I don't really fit in enough, and I really want to fit in.
Maybe you don't fit in because you really want to fit in.
He like genuinely has to like stop and think about that. Like, oh fuck, maybe. Well, I can't not interact with these people. These are, you know.
I don't.
But you don't have to.
Neither do you.
Nobody expects you to. You know, well.
Adam, I wouldn't mercilessly spear you the way I effortlessly do all the time that we're always together if every lance didn't hit so true. Care a little bit less, and maybe you'll do a little bit more. And then she just gives kind of a disgusted sigh and jerks the reins, and her horse goes prancing away.
Yeah, I have ruined her fun by being serious. Yeah, he's just going to be like really quiet after that and just like, but he is actually thinking about what she said. He's not just going to go, well, yeah, what does she know? He's like genuinely like thinking about that.
Sorry, you made a big deal of showing that Adam was down, so I needed to add Elia.
I'm gonna write up to Elia and.
I was just gonna say, like, don't apologize because that was like I was planning on interacting with her in a not dissimilar vein at some point, so that was that. I'm glad that happened.
So go ahead, Luke.
I'd like to write up to Elia at some point and on the way back and go, two things. Thank you. And two, and I take off. I bet you can't make it back before I do.
What are you thanking her for?
Fucking talking to your depressed ass.
All right, animal handling plus ride. We're going to turn this into a bit of a race. Anybody that wants in, roll animal handling plus ride. As he takes off and she takes off, and it's contagious.
As much as I would normally do, so I think like Adam's probably a bit preoccupied with his thoughts at the moment, so isn't going. He's just going to let that happen.
Animal handling plus ride.
We got a 17 altogether.
Okay. Give me 1 second as I start up a new list. She won't take part. Oh, not great. Working my way down the list, rolling for everybody real quick. Everybody that I think will take part. So give me a second. Right, never mind. Yeah. Sec. Everybody's scattered all through the campaign book, so it takes a minute to get them.
How dare they not arrange themselves conveniently?
Right? And this isn't the most inconvenient thing about the layout of these books. Is the amazing part. Oh no. All right. Let's do that.
You can hear the dice rolling in there. Clatter, clatter,
Yeah.
clatter, clatter.
Yeah, it's a super awkward surface for dice rolls. It's just about a frictionless tabletop. They love to bounce great distances. Okay. And then that. Okay. Those were some good rolls and some not so good. So, of those that, actually, one second. All right. Of those that go for it and use their spurs and reins and get it going, we end up with like the ones that are clearly racing ahead of the body. Sir Julian stays behind, as does Oris, Little Robert Frey, and Edric Dane, because they had like the pack mules, and Obara Sand, because she's not out to prove anything to anyone. Um, we end up with Alysain Mormont's 7. Uh, so her horse is clearly kind of spooked by having a couple of dead dogs on it, and it's not doing great. She's struggling to control the reins. Um, uh, then, with a really bad roll for this to happen, tied at 10 is Garrus Drinkwater and Renly Baratheon. Holding back to tie at a 10 is Brienne of Tarth, who was just not going to get very far from Renly. But yeah, Sir Garrus is cursing his horse because I've ridden it too hard for the hunt. And Renly's kind of doing the same. Like, "Ugh, I didn't know there'd be a race." Um, then we have the dashing Lord Beric Dondarrion with a 14, but he holds himself back to like an 11. So he's like a horse length ahead of his lord, instead of getting much farther. He's not going to completely hold back, but he's going to not like humiliate the Lord of the Stormlands. And then um, we've got a 15 from Felicia. What did you end up with, Robert?
I had a 17.
17. And then did Adam try Ash or no? Okay, didn't think
No.
so. And I don't see a roll from Bela. So next up is actually you two with the 15 and the 17. So you're about a horse length ahead of Lord Beric, Felicia, and you're, say, 2 horse lengths ahead of her with your 17, which means Lucaris is eating the dust of Sir Adam Bridington and Septon Jim, who are neck and neck at 22s.
Ah,
Like the old men were finally like, okay, we're on our way back
this
to
is
the
what we
castle.
do.
For this, let's do it. And those two are like their horses are like almost in step with each other. They're just right there, neck and neck. Uh, and it's almost weird to see Sir Adam grin. Septon Jim is a pretty lighthearted Septum. Like he'll go drinking and stuff, and he's in a good mood. And Sir Adam isn't like surly or anything. He's just kind of old and generally kind of serious around you lot. But he's grinning like a squire from the Reach right now, as the two of them are racing ahead, tied at 22, and then tied at 23 is Lady Lance and Sir Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers. And Elia is one with her horse. She is bent low over the saddle. She initially like pulled up past Lucaris and like crowed, like eased off the gas a little, as it were, to kind of crow at Luke and start taunting him from just above. And then Lord Renly, uh, or sorry, Sir Loras goes by with a cry of Highgarden as though he were riding to war. He clearly seems determined to show off this Willis bred horse flesh and his skill in the saddle. So it ends with Loras and Elia Sand, um, both in a dead heat, and they are clearly ahead of Sir Adam Bridington and Septon Jim. Uh, but you get the feeling that there is no the two of them. I mean, not Sir Adam and Septon Jim. They clearly don't care, right? Like they're old friends. They're fine with a tie. But Elia and Loris are
Not.
are not. And as you everybody kind of slows just outside Wyvern's Rest, as they kind of ease off the reins, it looks like Elia and Loris might just fucking ram right through the gate. Neither of them wants to slow first because that's coming in second. So they're like barely able to pull up at the gates outside Wyvern's Rest because neither of them will concede defeat by being the first to ease off. And they both have to kind of, their horses kind of skid to a stop on the red stones of Dorne. And the horses are both trotting and full of energy. Oh, yeah, Erica, just saw your 18 for Bela. Sorry, I missed that. So yeah, the Nymaryen siblings are, all in a knot, uh, in the front half of the group, Um, but yeah, so Elia's horse and Sir Loris's horse are both high stepping and tossing their heads and lashing their tails and full of nervous energy, belying how full of nervous energy those two are. And you guys hear Loris like rush to talk first, to like breathlessly go, "A nice try, Lady Lance. Perhaps next time." And she's like, "Fuck you, Reachman. I won." Like she has like she doesn't have any of the chill. He's trying for like this good-natured, smug victory, and she's
She's
like,
not having it.
yeah, she's like, "Fuck you. I was ahead by a nose." He's like, You were not." Looking over the stiff mare of your nag, perhaps you mistook our placement, but there at the end, I was clearly in the lead. So piss on that, and piss on your horse too. No, I won. Everybody saw I won. She has no chill about it, and it looks like maybe some PCs might need to keep
Yeah.
this from getting a little heated as the rest of you come kind of
Oh,
trotting up. Like they're getting loud, and she is like,
God damn, you guys are fast.
she's gesturing, and he is getting a little red in the face.
yeah.
Um,
Is there going to be any kind of like? Because Adam definitely is going to try and ride up between them and put an end to
yeah,
it.
they're,
But I don't want to like overshoot.
in a in movies and TV shows where you're fighting on horseback, it often deteriorates to the two horses both being kind of head to tail next to each other, and they circle like as they're hitting each other.
Yeah.
That's what those two are doing, just without the hitting. But like
Yeah.
they're both in that like yin yang, like circling each other.
Sure.
And you're able to wedge your horse in there. Um, and as you do so, it clearly splits them, and the hunting party starts to kind of swing to each side. And Sir Julian is like, "The girl was ahead by at least a head. I saw it." He didn't. He was fucking. He wasn't even racing. But yeah, Sir Julian of Sandstone is like, "No, the sand snake was ahead. I had a clear view from back there. Even I could see it."
Ah,
And yeah, and Renly is like, easy all. No doubt the girl, light as she is, may have felt that she pulled ahead, uh, but let's be honest about the pedigrees involved. In their horses. He lets it hang there for a moment before going, with the horses, with the horses. So he's like, kind of being affable, but kind of not. Um,
Yeah. Yeah. I
I
think I'm
don't
going
like
to.
this.
and
I'm
I'm
going
going to. I'm getting to close it on this because I don't like what's
as
happening.
well. Okay.
from what I see, it was a very well ridden draw by both of you.
Sir Loris
Uh,
is like, oh, could
like
you see from back there? And Elliot goes, draw, fuck that. You couldn't see from where you were. Like, neither one seems to
yeah,
be.
I, I, oh fuck. Like I was trying to convey the tone of this is you're here as my guests, and
Oh, yeah.
I'm declaring this.
Yeah, no,
Uh,
the tone absolutely got through. They're just both invulnerable to it right now.
I strongly suggest that we do not let petty emotions overtake us in in this moment.
With that,
I'm realizing right now that petty may have been a
Yeah.
poor choice of words there. So like, I do want to kind of back this up with something actually mechanical, of like saying like arguing about it is not a good idea.
so
Basically.
I want to basically interrupt and show up and toss a wineskin at Elia and go, well rowed, Elia. You clearly took the win. We'll never know what would have happened if Loris wasn't holding his steed back as he's still attending the tourney. But
you know what? Like I think like Adam's just taking this as like, well, no one's gonna fucking listen to me, so I'm just heading home. Fuck this, basically.
Elia catches the wineskin, and then she tosses it at Loris in what's barely considered passing him a wineskin instead of throwing it at him. And she goes, here, let him have a drink first. He can wash the taste of my dust out of his delicate mouth.
oh, she is not helping.
Uh, so,
Yeah, so I guess you can fix this now. Congratulations.
let's call it persuasion rolls from. Let's get a persuasion roll from Adam with an assist from Luke.
But you already said that they weren't like like, neither of them are interested in what like my persuasion. So I don't know why
They weren't listening when you tried to tell them that they had to drop it, but as you remind them that they shouldn't let emotions get the better of them, and as Lucaris potentially offers a way out, let's go ahead and get the dice involved. So
How does the assist roll work?
just we'll say that you assisted.
Okay.
So
Okay.
so this will be persuasion. What specialty do you think would be appropriate that Adam has?
I've got convince.
Great.
Because I think like I also have charm, but like I feel like convince.
Convince.
Yeah, this is definitely a convince.
Yeah, convince sounds on the spot.
Seriously, getting a point across.
So roll that, and then give yourself +1 bonus die. We'll say from Luke's assistance. I don't normally it's a flat number, I think, instead, but that's easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, just for the flavor, I rolled pretty good on the assist. So
So you're
17.
keeping the normal number of just persuasion, but
Yeah,
you'll
no,
get
that's
the
fine.
extra.
I just want to like total that up to like the two bonus like what I've got left over is not great, but depending on whether it makes a difference, I might still need to keep them with destiny points. 20.
Okay, a 20 is pretty heckin' convincing. Normally, the social combat rules also factor in the location and the situation. and you are the host of this tourney, and this is all happening outside the gates of Wyvern's Rest. So if you're gonna have authority anywhere, like
Those
it's
are our
here.
archers up there. The town.
Yeah. So we'll factor that in. It does not get Loris Tyrell to concede that a bastard girl tied him, and it does not get Elia Sand to concede that some fancy lad Reach Knight tied her. But it does get enough other people involved. Obara and Sir Julian are both clearly backing Elia, and like they're bickering like across the, I don't want to say across the aisle, right? But like they're like ah, the girl won. How could he win? He wasn't lancing some slow, clumsy northerner. This was a race in the sands of Dorne. Of course, the Dornish girl took it, right? Like they're clearly exacerbating the situation. Uh, Renly is less clearly exacerbating, right? He is doing the whole backhanded compliment thing, like, well, because it was the Hills of Dorne, the girl put on a fine show, but, right? Like he's being this backhanded, diplomatic, complimentary,
Yeah. His
but
comment about pedigree is why I stepped in.
so, but you're able, and like Brienne doesn't speak. She just resolutely puts herself on Renly's side and like glares across at Obara Sand.
Oh
So
no.
like those two are glaring.
This is gonna be our civil war, started
so-
right here.
So the tension is growing as Adam is speaking and as Lucaris talks, and as the wineskin bounces off
Oh no.
Loris Tyrell, who refuses to move to catch it, and
Just,
he's like,
oh.
and he goes, keep your Dornish swill, and like that's his answer there, and
Right.
things are clearly heating up, but Adam's able to convince other people that are nearby to get in the way. So like
No,
suddenly
thing is though,
Renly's what?
yeah, the thing is though, like calling our wine swill is just going to make Adam angry. So
Those are fighting words. The
Yeah.
war is on now.
So
you
like
were you were quite happy to drink it last night and the previous 2 nights.
What do the other people do? You said that
So-
other people get involved.
So Beric Dondarrion is pulling up next to Renly, but like facing the direction the Dornish contingent are facing. Right? So like he's pulled in close to his lord to have kind of a private word.
Ready to get your man under control.
You can't hear what he is
Yep.
saying. Edric is sitting in a fucking apoplectic, like in the middle, going like, shit. Like, do I side with it's the Lord of the Stormlands and I'm squiring for him, but like she's from Dorne, and also I kind of want to kiss her. Like so, like Edric doesn't take a side. He's normally a good bridge between the Stormlands and Dorne, but he's like, I don't know what to do. Oris sets himself behind Elia, looming and with his arms crossed, just like, go ahead, somebody insult her a little bit more, or anybody escalate it by throwing anything back. Like Oris isn't speaking, he is looming, which is kind of what Brienne of Tarth and Obara are also doing. Let's see who else. Garrus, Sir Garrus is on Elia's side. Sir Adam Bridington is alongside Edric, kind of in the middle, not wanting things to escalate. Let there be no question of his loyalty to Dorne, but he's not gonna be like, yeah, fucking kill him, right? Like, so he's trying to play the middle. Septon Jim starts to kind of ride to the center where Luke and Adam are. A Septon, that should work. But then comes Loris talking about the wine, And then comes Adam going like, "You were happy enough to drink it all the rest of the week."
Oh,
And Loris's eyes go this familiar, half-lidded reach night thing.
Look,
And he goes, "I was within your walls earlier this week. It would have been rude not to."
I'm going to have to ask you to apologize for that, Sir Loris.
Go ahead, boy. Ask.
I do not take kindly to.
Brain is here.
Let Adam finish his sentence.
I-
yeah,
Because
trying to balance
Reyna,
jumping in with letting everyone talk. And, yeah.
I do not appreciate the things that we have worked hard to provide for our guests being insulted this way. I had hoped that we would find some friendship, Sir Loris, but I fear that your pride is rather getting ahead of you, and I dearly want to offer you this opportunity to walk back from it before things get worse.
while we're speaking of things we don't appreciate, I don't like being called a liar by some bastard girl in half of Dorne. If the girl will concede that I won the race, I will gladly approve of your Dornish wine for the remainder of the week, and hope instead that my friends from the Arbor take no offense. All right, and now Reyna and Stannis arrive. We'll say that you two were kind of bringing up the rear as the most serious and the least racy.
I'm not sure how much of this we would have heard or just seen at a distance. You know,
For plot's sake, let's say everybody could hear it all. You just kind of had to
Very
make your way
echoey.
through people. Like, I don't want anybody to need to ask for recaps and like repeat the
Hey,
insults.
what happened,
That's-
guys?
yeah. Hey, what's
Who
going
said
on?
what
everybody?
now?
Yeah. So
They
yeah,
said,
just
"What?
assume that it could all be heard. But yeah.
Ah. Well, in such impromptu races such as this, passions run high and hot. This is hardly a surprise since we are in Dorne, right here at Wyvern's Rest, where you are all invited. And as your hosts, I would invite you all to go back in, take the pools, and cool off a little. Look at Elia.
She's got her sand snake face on, right? She's just like anybody that makes eye contact with her, she has that look that teenage girls can manage, where she's daring anybody that makes eye contact. Like, go ahead, say something, give me something to work with. Go ahead, make it worse, right? Like that's the look that she has decided to take.
After
That
the last few insults, I imagine those are. So that's a similar look I have. I'm pretty pissed.
Spreading insults in front of my ancestral home is not how I would like to spend the rest of this day. We've had a pleasant day. We've had fun. And we have more time to spend together moving forward. Plenty of time to stage an official rematch.
oh yeah
Pressure.
turns her baleful gaze on Loris in an I dare you, right? Like that the offer of a rematch gets her to turn and look at him like come on, knight, Mr. Sir Brave Knight, Mr. Brave Knight Man, come up with an excuse, Mr. Brave Knight Man, like right? She's given
Yeah.
that teenage girl energy now. And Loris,
Acceptance could be placed at the final point of the rematch to verify the winner.
something Jim, I would gladly play the I would gladly speak with the voice of the father at the end of such a contest. And Loris turns and looks at Renly. instead of opening his jibber jabber and making things worse again by, I don't know, insulting Dornish septons or some shit, he kind of lifts an eyebrow and looks to Renly and he goes, "Very well, a rematch after the jousting is finished. I feel I've wasted enough of my horse's air on you today already."
Then I give you leave.
Uh, he leaves. He just
I'm
he
gonna.
pulls the reins a little too hard. His horse does like a complete 90-degree turn. He does not say farewell to anybody or anything like that. He just fucks off inside. Um,
Luke gets up, grabs the wineskin that fell to the ground, and fucking drinks it in front of everybody. And looks back at Rada like he's fucking pissed off. He was very close to just challenging this guy to a fucking fight. Except he's very good at fighting, and it wouldn't help the situation.
But like, oh fuck, this is worst hunt ever.
Stannis, has his expression changed at all, or is he still stone faced man? What?
I'm trying to figure out how to describe the indescribable of Stanish's expression. Um, he looks disappointed at the whole mess. Like just children, right? Like it's clearly that. Um, he looks bothered that this clusterfuck is like blocking his way, right? Like like I can't believe these people are just making us stay out here. Um, for a moment, when Renly plays a bit of a role in diffusing it, he almost looks a little bit proud of his younger brother for not making things worse. Like it's a grudging, flicker quick glance of like, you could have caused bloodshed today, brother, and you didn't. And then a more kind of sincere look of approval. He actually gives all of the Nymaryen siblings, because all three of you that were like present were actively trying to diffuse things. And he gives you a nod of something that might be considered gratitude and respect. That, you know, or it could just be an acknowledgement of having done the bare minimum. Who knows? But it's not a disgusted sneer or a look of stern disapproval for a moment. So each of you gets a bit of a nod as Stannis rides away. Renly makes himself pause for a moment, and then he and Brienne and Lord Beric, and after a moment, his squire Edric Dane, they go riding off after the Night of Flowers. But Renly clearly doesn't do like the "I will rush after him right now." Like he waits so that
They're not lovers or anything.
he waits so he's like riding after his brother, right?
Right.
You know, that type of pause. Um, the Yeah, and that's basically everybody that was involved in that. Um, and as they're riding away, uh, the tension kind of bleeds out of the rest of the group, except for Elia, whose horse is still tail twitching and all hyped up, and just full of coiled spring. Oris just walks away looking absolutely bored, like he wasn't maybe about to try to kill his uncle, right? Like a minute ago, there wasn't a very real possibility of bloodshed, and he was taking the Dornish side. So he just doesn't even say anything. He just turns and clops off on his aurochs of a warhorse. Um, Alysanne Mormont looks disappointed, and she rides off with him. She's like, "Oh, I thought we might get a proper brawl at this tourney. Ah, well, guess we'll save it for the melee. And she takes off. Robert Frey follows her. Sir Julian rides away, looking a little disappointed. Like, damn, I thought I was going to get the stabber Stormlander. Um, Reminds you of your cousin Will for a moment. And that way,
He
he's just like,
definitely is.
he looks,
Maybe a
uh,
scorpion theme, I don't know, but
yeah.
Well, House Will's the thing was a snake.
Yeah.
Rather than a
Yeah, it
scorpion.
was
But, I mean,
snake.
still things that'll give you a nasty nip.
Yeah. So,
venomous,
yeah.
nasty animal looking. Yeah.
So, yeah. Tension bleeds away, and you lot are left with your cousins.
Oh, I'm so fucking pissed.
And I'm guessing
Obara,
sorry.
Obara is still kind of looming protectively near Elia, making you lot acutely aware that like there's only a certain amount of chastisement that sand snakes will take from outriders. Like she's or outside, she's still looking a little protective of Elia, but she's not riding between Elia and the rest of you or anything like that. Like she's just maintaining that presence. Like the vibe you get from Obara is like, go ahead, you can yell at her a little, but I'll stop you if I need to, right? So the kind of uh, like a mom letting a teacher not insult the child because that would be bad, but you know what I mean, like that type of she's
Dumbass kid.
she's like go ahead and you know you can give her a bit of a talking to, but if I need to, sand snakes will take care of the sand snake business. So she's kind of looming protectively behind Elia still, uh, and Elia for her part in just exactly that moment uh, her horse kind of twists and circles and is high stepping and energetic, and she turns and looks back to you lot like she's about to jeer at the rest of them for leaving. Like this was a big victory for you lot. So probably somebody wants to cut that off.
I'm gonna kind of give her a look, not the angry glare I've had, but just kind of like, and I want to say, "Well, you beat me, Elliot. Congratulations."
Yeah, I think Adam's. I mean, like, the tension is definitely not bleeding out of Adam at all. Who looks like he either wants to hit something or cry. She'll probably not. That'll probably like be something she will notice. So I don't know if that. If she'll maybe pick up on that, that maybe escalating is not the best thing to do for if she doesn't, because she went quite a long way to kind of get shaking him out of that mood he was in, so she maybe doesn't want to put him back in it.
Elia,
Yeah,
rest your horse up and be ready to kick his ever-loving ass after this tournament.
if he takes a champion seat, I'll kick his ass during this tournament. I just said I wouldn't race him until the joust was done. This is a bad idea. He would kill her.
Yeah.
Like not kill, but he would
Here-
absolutely cream her. But she sounds like, yeah, fuck it, I'll take that guy.
I know that you do not give a damn about any of the politics or the back and forth and the give and take of the highborn nonsense as you see it, because you get to live outside of it here. We do not, and you're our guest, so just please keep that in mind going forward.
I won. She's almost plaintive about it. Very kind of stubborn, kind of
At this
plaintive,
point,
kind
it
of
doesn't. Yeah, at this point, we're all losers until you win at the end of the tournament.
rest of you loser.
Thank you.
Pissing these people off has real big consequences for us, Elliot, fuck's sake.
Pissing us off has consequences too.
I understand, but again, we're not starting a war over an insult over wine or a race. We've put a lot of work into building alliances that cross these divides. We have friends from all over Westeros. I won't see that destroyed.
If that is
Today,
your wish, sister, then I will follow it.
yeah, I'll go speak to grandfather.
Septon Jim is like, "Oh, do you need company?"
If you wish to accompany me, Septon, I will always accept your company
I was
and your
purely
counsel.
My assumption is that you plan to explain this affair to Lord Makar. Perhaps a man of the Seven being nearby will help him not commit a grievous sin of kinslaying. He says it with a bit of a grin. But yeah, also having the Septon there to explain things and make it clear, what happened probably wouldn't hurt. And then Sir Adam was just like, I'll see to the horse. Which is kind of weird. Like the knight's just like, yeah, sure, I'll take care of your horse for you. Speaks to their decades-long friendship.
Right.
That the knight of Bridington is like, yeah, I'll take care of your horse.
Has anyone but me noticed that
Okay.
Sir Loris has been in exceptionally poor spirits this whole time since they arrived?
For those that missed it, the start of that sentence was, "Has anyone but me noticed?"
Yeah, I got that, and then I didn't get the noun. Who?
Sorry.
I didn't notice Loris being in any kind of ill mood until Oris beat Renly in the joust. That's when I noticed something was off. But I assumed that it was because of that.
Oh, that's good. I can spell Loris.
Making up new characters.
Just named him
Oraz.
Auras.
We're here from the Free Cities. It's Oraz. We all know and love the character.
Yeah.
His
So
teachers,
anyway,
his-
yeah, he's been much. He hasn't been. I don't know what I imagined him to be in social situations. Maybe I was just wrong.
Yeah, I'm gonna retire to the pools before I kill somebody.
No. Septon Jim.
And yes, Sir Loris has been kind of sulky since Renly lost his champion's seat. And today he was okay for most of the ride. He was a little standoffish, but that's kind of expected from him. But yeah, honestly, the two of them having a tie was almost the worst thing that could have happened, because those are the two out of everyone here that probably take the most pride in their riding. And that combo is the likeliest to show what's that one actual kind of Tyrell blind spot, which is their pride to an extent. So yeah, when the two of them both had the 23s was when I went, oh fuck, and then started grinning as a GM, because I wasn't planning on this conflict, but there was no way it wasn't going to happen. With those two in particular tying, neither of them will concede that. So
Now we're
um,
at war with Loris
he
Tyrell.
he hasn't been super bad most of the week, but if there's something that we have seen of Loris, it's that he does get pouty, um, and that's poutiness in a dangerous guy. So that's what I was trying to convey, more than necessarily being in a bad mood. The whole time it was just being standoffish most of the time. He is not as warm as Sir Garland, which is also from the books. So initially he was just not as approachable, and then he was moody, and now he's moody and insulted. So it's been an unfortunate escalation that makes the GM grin like a psychopath, because you guys have been doing a really good job, and it took this weirdly unlucky roll to work out. So, yeah.
The unlucky roll in order to toss aside everything we've done this whole time.
It's not tossing it all aside. It's threatening it. It's adding tension and
It is adding
drama.
tension. Yes, thank you.
Um,
That's just what I
so
wanted.
Luke
What,
is off
what,
his mountains to cool down. Reyna is going to go see grandfather. What is our boy Adam up to?
against against possibly my better judgment, I'm going to try and find Sir Loris.
Oh Lord.
Okay. Um,
I'm not going to
yeah.
start anything if that's
No,
what we're.
yeah. Nobody is worried that you would. None of us, I should say. You're gonna get stopped outside his pavilion tent. With Sir Loris is bathing and does not wish to be disturbed. And a very clear, and this will be some other reach knight is kind of stepping up for this. Let me find one that would. Let's go with. Let's Alan Ambrose uh, and Dennis Redwine are both squires at large among the reach contingent this week, and the two of them are they almost remind you, and you realize this is what they're trying to copy. Left and right, the Queen of Thorns bodyguards. These two squires are trying to look like them outside Loris's tent. And Squire Dennis starts with Sir Loris is bathing after the hunt. And then uh, Alan crosses his arms and tries to look like he's 7 feet tall. And he goes, and he does not wish to be disturbed by anyone.
Would you convey a message for me when he's no longer indisposed?
They look at each other like, I don't think that counts as not doing what he said. So yeah, they look at each other and then they look back at you and shrug. Like, I guess.
Would you let him know that I stopped by and I would like to and that I would like to speak with him. I mean, you could. I'm like, I'm right. What I'm like, out of character, like what I'm trying to do that I'm having trouble wording is that like Adam wants to make it very clear that he wants to make peace.
Sure. That is absolutely a relayable message. Don't
Yeah.
worry about your exact wording because they will probably forget it. And you'll get something like, Adam Nymaryen stopped by, wanted to talk to you. He looked worried about something. Right?
Mhm.
Like they'll probably convey about that level of detail. So yeah, it's fine. Message absolutely conveyed that you came by and earnestly wanted to discuss matters.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's just fine. But yeah, they're not letting you in.
No. Yeah, I guess I've just got to deal with that. And save my very well worded plea of peace for another time. So yeah, I guess like yeah, I mean that's actually probably a good idea to kind of get like washed up and stuff. So that's probably what Adam's gonna do. But
Okay.
like
So
he's not in a good way after all that. That's been like that whole thing was really stressful, and he's quite upset about it. So he's going to be being quietly upset about it. In his rooms.
all right. Let's go to Grandpa Makar's solar.
On the way
Thing.
there, I do wave down and page, but a servant, and ask for a basin of water and a cloth to be brought to Makar's
Yeah, you're able
Solars.
to clean up your hands a little bit, wipe off your face. That's all easy enough to do in the solar without risking much.
Yeah.
Uh,
I don't want him hearing about it before I tell him. And he probably already does because I've wasted moments.
Well, also because like he just has lots of spies, so
No.
we just need to make them our spies.
I know.
so yeah, Grandfather Makar is on your way there, trailing at like the far end of a hallway. Uh, you see left, maybe right. It's hard to tell them apart. Just barely going around a corner, and you know that they tend to walk left or right. Lady Olena, left or right.
Yeah.
So you can see just a little bit of the hem of a dress going around a corner and one of Lady Olena's bodyguards. So looks like she just left a few moments ago, and they're walking fast. So
I
it's
would
like
not want to
she
be
might
Loris.
be in a
Sorry.
hurry to go somewhere and talk to someone about something.
Yeah.
Yeah, tells grandma on him.
And in fact, uh, we're gonna go back in time in a second before Adam leaves. Like as Adam is leaving Sir Loris's pavilion, um, you you hear "Step aside, silly boys," as other direction. The Queen of Thorns has decided to enter Loris's pavilion, and she doesn't even give the boys a chance to throw their lives away by considering for a moment to try and bar her. Like she probably saw them turn you away and is just like, no, like this will not." So, yeah, you see,
She didn't even
left.
come to say hi to me.
Yeah, you see her go swooshing in there, and left and right stay outside, uh, and yeah. So yeah, you will see uh, that arrive like as you're leaving. Um, so she was hustling. Looks like. Um, so all right, then up to the solar. Um, yeah, the door is open, which is not often.
It's at the doorway. Grandfather,
Granddaughter,
may
what?
we have a few moments of your time?
Yes, I hear that may be necessary just now. Something about a skirmish at the gate.
This close. I come in and I sit down. And if there is something to pour something into, I will do that.
It's like I will pour something into something else and then into my face. Yeah. There's probably always some wine. Um, and Septon Jim just comes in and sits down. He is probably the only person you've ever seen that doesn't stop and ask for permission first. uh like you've seen it before, and when you guys were kids, you would like the first time one of you saw it, the rest were like, "Nah, stop lying, Bela." Right? And she's like,
Yeah,
"No, really,
liar.
he just walked in." Right? Like, and like you guys all then like had to spy and watch it yourself, like, "Holy shit, he did just walk in." Like, so yeah, and he's not like, he doesn't swagger or anything, he just knows that he is always welcome there.
Seven have granted him odd powers.
Yeah. So yeah, so Septon Jim just follows, and actually he'll reach and pour for you, because he serves the people of House Nymaryen. So yeah, and he pours himself one also, while he's at it though. Um,
He's
and
one of the people.
and he looks willing to let you take point on the explanation though. He's here to back you up if it is needed. Is the vibe you get?
To race between Sir Loris Tyrell and our cousin Elia Sand has resulted in a hotly contested victory that both claim. and Sir Loris is not willing to have his word besmirched by a bastard. And said bastard is not willing to have her pride or anything pricked by Sir Loris. and and it was a small event that near turned into quite an issue and will probably require some fixing. I have proposed a rematch of the race at a later time. And but insults were made and given. And
Septon Jim cuts in, and some chose to receive them, he says, with a little bit of paternal chastisement. Where the insults can only be sent, they must be received.
right, right. Insults were given, and I am debating whether to pick them up or not. Because I am debating this, they'll probably lie fallow. However, that is only for myself. I have 3 other siblings.
It would be exceptionally unwise for you to escalate hostilities with the youngest brother of your would-be betrothed. Yes, I am glad that all my years of teaching have paid off in that regard, that you recognize the exceptional folly of that. It would also be disastrous should your younger brother die in a duel against your would-be betrothed younger brother,
She never even
or
mentioned me.
Don't make the holidays more awkward for sure.
or should any ill befall young Loris off the field of battle.
Agreed. Speaking of which, Clorgal was no help on my part.
They generally are not. I will speak with him. Or I'll let him know that instead I could speak with his father. He will come talk to me. And out of character, yeah, it was Luke that he was referring to. Like,
Oh,
Yeah, he didn't actually
Nobody-
think Adam was going to challenge Loris to a duel.
no, but yeah, I thought he was referring to like picking up the wine thing, but yeah.
No, he
Luke's
was
our
referring
knight.
to my potential murder.
I mean, to be
Luke-
honest, to be honest, like it's probably a fair assessment of either of us.
You're
Um,
with my pride next. Fine.
Yes. And I absolutely know that the fault of this lies in pride on both sides, and both are very proud individuals.
Seven saw fit to give the sand snakes little else, but they have done quite a lot with their pride.
They have, and they will continue to do so in the
Sorry,
future.
to be clear, that was Septon Jim, not Grandpa. They're both like older guys. I'm trying to give them different tones. It's hard.
I thought Septon Jim was like a younger guy. Don't know.
No,
what
he is
Isn't
in my
On
head.
the other side of 50.
He is James Purefoy. That's who plays him,
Yeah,
because
I
like
forgot about that. Yeah.
because James Purefoy like still plays some kind of badasses and stuff sometimes.
Yeah.
But
Is he
he's
like-
still,
Yeah.
He's also not, Chris Evans, right? Like he's still in a different age bracket. But he's in good shape for that age bracket, and
But,
stuff like that.
there is
I'll
also
say.
there is also a fairly big gulf between James Purefoy and Christopher Plummer, who like until very recently was in his 90s.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
May he rest in peace.
Oh yeah, the guy who played Mark Anthony in Rome. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a
Right?
magnificent
Purefoy?
bastard. That's what he's good at.
This is a sexy Septon.
I hear he's a bastard though. Just
speak to Loris myself. However, I did see Queen of Thorns. I didn't see her. I saw left or right. I'm not sure. On her way out of your office. So I'm quite sure at the speed she was moving that she received the news the same time you did.
I like the implication there.
If the news got any faster, it'd have to be like a fucking skin changer or something.
The Lady Olena is a perceptive woman. Yes.
I would like this to end in a peaceful way, and I would like it. I mean, competition is fine. Competition is healthy. We're martial people, but I do not want everything that we are trying to build here to be lost on the basis of a horse race.
That is just the fucking worst. Yeah, sorry. I'd hear Septon Jim will pipe up. Luckily, you and your siblings were there to, if not put the fire out, keep it from spreading. Uh, I fear that if there had been a few more Stormlanders or Reach Knights present, things may have escalated even more than they did. But as it was, cooler heads prevailed, certainly yours among them. Uh, Ultimately, it was Lord Renly that allowed the situation to be diffused, though that Dondarian did better than I thought he would. It seemed he is perhaps why the Lord of the Stormlands allowed things to diffuse. And
Here.
grandfather gives a look kind of like Stannis's look, where it's not disapproval, right? Like maybe you just did what I expected you to have done. Like I'm not gonna praise you, but like, okay, good, you did it, right? So grandfather's kind of got that look. He can tell he's still very angry about this potential fuck up. Um, but he is also willing to admit that you guys have, you know, things could have been worse. And all that. So yeah, he very well. Let us hope that Olena speaks to her grandson, and Seven help me. The next time one of you sees her, ask Lady Lance to visit the Solar. I suppose that
Oh.
duty shall fall to me.
She's in trouble.
Her sister will want to accompany her.
Her sister may want what she likes. It's my Solar.
Yes, of course, grandfather. Uh,
I'm
uh,
gonna keep that line. I think I feel like that's gonna be useful.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Adam may be feeling a bit out of sorts. He's taken on a lot of feeling of responsibility for this attorney, and I think that this has upturned his cart.
I will leave the facing of your brother's cart to you and my other grandchildren. I will worry instead about diffusing the situation if I can, by way of taming a sand snake. Check on Adam yourself if he needs it, or send him here if things grow too dire.
Grandfather, if Adam comes, it'll be because he wishes your counsel himself. And then I went, well, I'm off to bathe. I still stink, of course. Septon, thank you very much for all that you've done today. And
He gives you a pleasant nod and a lift of his cup. He shows no sign of leaving.
I didn't think so. I take my cup with me. Oh, I refill my cup and then I take it with me.
And you suspect he'll be giving Grandpa Makar the lowdown on how most of the hunt went and more details of the insults. Like he's not even pretending that he's going to get up and leave. He's like, no, yeah, I'm going to stay here and tell him everything. So yeah, All right then.
Ooh.
Find Luke.
What was that?
I go find Luke.
He's naked in some water somewhere.
Yeah.
Does he have a drink in his hand?
Smash
Probably.
out his hands. Right, you.
I will sit on the pool. Like I picture him like leaned back. His arms
He's like
around-
he's just floating on his back, just dick waving around. Yeah, just normal stuff.
Oh,
No.
you took it too
He's
far.
Not
probably.
the way I said.
His thick pink mast.
Oh
Everybody,
God!
everybody remembers that.
I turn around and leave.
For those that might not recall or that might have never read the books,
The fat
George
pig.
R.R. Martin writes a love scene that includes the phrase "thick pink mast"
Fat pig
uh,
mask.
or "fat pink mast." Excuse me,
Yeah, it's so horrifying.
as a reference to a certain character's penis. Yes, and there's a fat pink mast.
Oh.
So yeah, sorry, I had to traumatize everyone again.
It's all right. Luke will probably actually be kind of swimming like small laps in the deeper pools, that kind of thing. Like he's actually got a lot of energy right now. Yeah.
All right. I'll sit on the edge and dangle my feet inside in the water and like put my hands on it, lean over, and wait for him to notice me.
All right. I'll come around at one point. Look up out of the water. What?
Leave the insults be.
You talk to him?
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
I know you
All
don't
right.
like it, but leave them be. They're a
right.
small thing in the greater scheme of things, in the greater picture.
Yeah. No, I know.
So, please
I
keep it
gave
to
some.
snark.
I gave some thought as to how Uncle Oberon would handle things, which I know sounds bad,
Sounds
but
nothing is to happen to him.
yeah, I didn't finish my thought. I gave some thought, but I realized he probably would let such a small thing slide so that he can get some greater revenge later.
That's true. He keeps accounts.
So yeah, it's my pride's easy enough to fucking forfeit. I don't care about, but other people, I got their stuff.
I'm. Do you think I wasn't angry either? As well, rather?
No, I expected you were. So yes, no, nothing about anything for me.
Right. Snark is okay. Snark is expected. They're Tyrells. They fight with words as often as not. But nothing
Yes.
confrontational.
I can fight these battles more than one way.
Exactly.
You don't want to tell the girls that.
My next stop is to find Elia and send her to the Solar.
Oh, not bad.
I saw Lady Elena leaving the Solar, like while I was coming in, and she was rushing. And grandfather already knew, so you know she knows.
How do they? You went right there.
I stopped to wash my hands.
Was he become one of the stone and know everything that's happening in the castle? Do you get that ability? Like, would you inherit things?
I
If you
only
do, tell me. Just tell me. I just yes or no, and then I will keep it quiet.
just assume he is.
Oh, I always have. I just thought it was a fancy Jake. It seems more serious now.
Right? All right. Thank you. Thank you.
I wouldn't even know how to stab anybody.
Go sell that to someone who can buy it, but I'm not buying. All right, I have to find a sand snake. So I will go looking for a sand snake.
Yeah, she's in the stable, or
That was
sorry,
the
not
first place I would look was their
she,
rooms and then the stables.
yeah, she's not in the stable. She is where her horse is, which she doesn't leave in the stables. Like it's, you know,
Adjacent.
She and Obara have a not pavilion tent. Like they both have normal people tents for living outside a little bit and stuff. And they keep their own horses over there and nearby. And she's Obara is uh, rinsing off a bit with a bucket, and cleaning up, and Elia is over there tending to both horses and indignantly talking to the horses. Like you saw it, I won. It was close. It was very close, but we pulled ahead. And like she's just having a conversation with the horses. Like yeah, so that sort of thing.
Okay. Cousins. I'm still in the same thing. I haven't showered. I've only washed my hands. My feet are clean because I tapped them in the pool. But
I splashed you as you walked away too.
I know I smell. I fit in here. I smell like the horses. Leia?
Elia. What?
That was exactly how I felt.
She is totally waiting to get yelled at some more. Like that's what she is turning around expecting.
I told him that's how I felt.
My grandfather, Lord Nykar, wishes to speak with you in his solar after you're done taking care of the horse.
Kind of stops for a second. You see her eyes flicker to the horses. Like she's like, how quickly can I get the saddles back on? And I could get out of here. Like you can tell for a second, she's doing that math. Like if I could
Gee, I feel it.
like she's like, if I could get that saddle on, nobody could catch me. We could be free. I would just never get to come back here. And like you could tell, like for a second, she's doing the run away from home type calculation of like, what if I just go nuclear and I just get on my horse and I go?
There's room for a bandit, a vulture
Yeah.
queen. She can do that.
No.
So she that would be pretty cool. Like this awful new like Dothraki style vulture queen.
They're all on horses and faster than anything you've ever seen.
Yeah.
Even faster than the Tyrell boy.
I hear, like that's what they say.
Just
Yeah, so she pauses for a moment and considers just flouting authority and answering to no one but her father. But this isn't some other house in some other keep. This is Lord Makar, uncle. You know, to so she thinks about it, and you can tell that that's her reflex
Yeah.
when she's facing any consequence is fuck it, I'll just leave. I'll get on my horse and go, and they can't catch me. So she stops for a second, thinks about it, and goes, "Fine. I'm gonna finish seeing to the horses first, though."
Yes, of course. It is your responsibility, and you take your responsibilities seriously.
Um, and Obara is over there now, drying off, and goes, "And she'll be seeing to the horses for the rest of the week, to be clear. But she'll go talk to Grandfather Makar after she's done seeing to the horses this time. No tricks, little sister."
Thank you for the clarification.
Uh, and then Obara just goes, "So, will there be any murders?
No.
Will there be any duels?"
No.
She's about to say it's boring.
Fine.
You sounded just like your sister.
You're all a bunch of squares.
The men insulted my blood and yours. Not fond of letting that lie, but we are of your blood, and they did exchange bread and salt.
I did. And we will honor that, even if his mouth doesn't. Don't
Keep
worry. Let's give them a chance to consider what was said with cooler heads after the fact.
give you my word that Elliot and I will do them no harm while they are your guests here.
Uh, You think I am in no position to demand anything else from either of you? You are the sand snakes. But I do want you to know I don't want I don't want anything that happens here to have any. I don't want to crush your sister's spirit. She already is and will continue to be, all of you actually are an asset to Dorn. And I don't want anything happening to you guys, especially due to something that happened on my watch.
Hmm. You're still supposed to marry his brother, ain't you?
I am.
Fine. I promise we'll do no wrong to Loris or the rest of House Tyrell even after they leave your gates. Unless new provocation should occur.
And
But
all bets are up. It'll be
fine.
Tarnished grudges are like really something.
It's just like fine. No
Fine.
wordplay. We'll not be waiting for them in the sand.
I very much appreciate it. Thank you.
I mean, that almost sounds like they're going to do it.
Like they were
had a plan.
going to, yeah. Like she absolutely she was very specific in the wording of that first promise. Like while they're your guest, like sure, because we've got blood. We're blood related. Bread and salt. Fine. But yeah, she was fully planning to like arrange a bunch of bandits or some shit to, or maybe she was gonna go kill his horse. You're not sure. But like she was gonna do something, but then she grudgingly remembers, and now
Yeah,
she means it. You can
let's
tell
look at
she
the
means it with the second one.
we'll look at the long road here. Just how much is he going to hate it when I'm the lady of his house?
Yeah, I guess there's that.
All right, I very much appreciate it, Barbara. I'll talk to you all later. I have to go see Adam.
My
Uh,
favorite.
I will try his.
Yeah, like yes, he started it, but you shouldn't have rose to it.
Obara gives you a good-natured wave goodbye, and from Elia you hear a good luck, and then she goes back to taking care of the horses.
All right. Well, I
She
will.
she knows that Adam was in a bad mood before this. She's
Yeah.
like,
Well, I mean, he's still in what would probably be classed as a bad mood, but it's a different kind of bad mood. He's upset rather
More
than
murdery.
No, he's not murdery at all. Why am I? How am I the only one who's not murdery? This is bizarre. Like, does Adam even? Is he even Nymaryen at this point? He's like, can I just have a quiet life, please?
she indignantly shrieked without her microphone working that she's not murdery. But we all know that that's at least half a lie.
Half, yeah. Half.
Yeah, your
Well,
mic just isn't picking up shit, babe. And like you're loud as hell right now.
Tell it's not. There we go.
Yeah.
I think it's got a short in it up here.
Yeah, we might need to get you a new headset. Anyways,
right.
so
Yeah.
you find Adam. Where is Adam sulking? We're gonna assume Rada can find him just fine.
He's not sulking.
Sorry, where's Adam brooding?
Yeah, like,
From his
yeah,
room.
Rada,
he's
reach into the wall and become one of the stone. You can practice now. The power's in you.
Power is in me.
Yeah, like she will find Adam in his rooms. Like he'll have spent the intervening time. He'll have like washed up, and he'll be just being kind of
Mopey.
Um,
be-
outside Adam's door and a little bit down the hallway, Oris is sitting on a stool uh, with his hammer leaning against the wall and his sword in his lap, and he's sharpening it, and he's got his gambeson on, and he's just sitting there.
That's amusing.
Bye, Boris.
Lady Raina.
I don't tell him to stop. I don't tell him to go away. I don't tell him anything. I think it's
I
adorable.
love that, like he turned up and didn't like Adam doesn't even know he's there. He just turned up on his own accord.
Yeah.
To do that.
That's so sweet. I got a knock on the door.
Sorry, I didn't hear you, Felicia.
Said it's Raina. I just knocked and then Raina.
Yeah, like yeah, he's definitely. I mean, the door opens, but like Adam is behind it at the moment, so he'll open it and let her in. Come on in.
Close the door behind me. I don't want him to see Oris.
Yeah. You sure?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like guess it'll be like kind of like he'll have been sort of sitting on his balcony or something, so he'll kind of like bring over like, do you want a drink or something?
Yes. Please pour me one. Actually, I have my own cup here. I've just been filling it up everywhere I go.
Everyone's got wine on them.
Well, that's new. Someone bringing their own cup. He'll like
Grandfather's solar.
he's already got like a jug of wine out, so he'll like pour a bit. And now that she's close to him, Raina's pretty observant. She'll probably notice that Adam has at some point been crying, but has kind of sorted himself out. He's not clearly in any distress right now, but he's clearly had a moment.
Well, I spoke to grandfather, and of course, he was already fully apprised. And of course,
It's like he is one with the land and knows everything that happens upon it.
Luke think he actually is part of the stone that makes up the keep.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me.
All right.
Perhaps he is.
However, when he received word, Lady Olenna was with him. So when I arrived, she had left rapidly. So I believe that she is having an earnest discussion. It is probably long gone over by now, but she's probably spoke with Sir Loris. And
well, I expect she may have better luck getting an audience with him than I could. I tried to go and make amends, but I was turned away. So I thought it best.
Probably best.
I mean, I told Alan Ambrose and Desmond Redwine to let him know that I come by. I still hope to speak with him. I regret. I regret the reaction that I had. I should probably have not dignified it with a response.
It's only a matter of time as you learn to control those urges, because I guarantee you we all had them.
I think I was already rankled from trying with limited success to please and impress Lord Stannis. And then Elia came and needled me a bit, but then she also said some things that have been weighing on me. So I think I was already not in the best place to hear what Sir Loris said.
Yes. It was rude. It was an insult, and we're letting it lie. At least that part.
Right.
I am not quite sure what Lady Olenna is going to say to him or how that could come back to you.
I mean, I doubt
But
it'll affect me at all.
it might. It might, but hopefully in a more pleasant way.
I hope so.
Let's say that, Robert.
I think it's a new record for me to make someone dislike me without even having to speak to them.
Whether or not he likes you, Sir Loris is a creature of pride, and
Well,
like us, uh,
and
he was raised to be exceptional, and to be anything less than exceptional is not acceptable.
the thing is, he was all. I mean, nothing about that race made him not exceptional. It just happened that someone else was also exceptional.
His pride can't see that a bastard can be as exceptional as he is, or in the same way as he is. And he was already primed. He had been annoyed or upset or out of sorts or whatever you want to call it.
Well, he didn't like that Oris beat Renly in the joust. So perhaps that's a factor.
Nonetheless, I'm trying to
Sorry, you're.
find a more proper way to say he's a grown ass man who needs to act like it. But
No, that's fine. Like I think like Adam will definitely pick up your meaning there,
yeah, like
and
he's a knight.
he's definitely not disagreeing. He's just like
Right.
bummed out that it's happened at all. Um, I I I didn't want any conflict this week.
I know, but that's asking a lot, considering the people that we have gathered
It's,
here.
I suppose I was being optimistic. I just wanted it to be a nice tourney, and just between the whole marriage
So
thing, and then then the entire hunt just sort of going wrong. I'm just not feeling great about it. I but
All
well,
right, Felicia got a work call.
that's why
She,
I've shut up.
yeah. So sorry, everybody. Felicia is a hospice nurse manager. So if she gets a call after hours, it might be something serious. So
Yeah, I do agree with Robert's assessment that the conversation between Lady Olenna and Loris is essentially going to be her hitting him with something, probably
or
arcane.
or telling left and right to, or so telling him to hit himself. It's like, foolish boy, slap yourself, right? Like,
Actually,
I'm so sorry.
it's okay.
okay, but everything
But
okay?
yeah, everything's fine.
So you two take it away.
Do you want a refresher on what I just said?
Yes, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. No, don't apologize. It's fine. Like Adam had just kind of said that between the whole you have to get married thing at the start of the week and then the hunt going as badly as it did, like he's just kind of feeling a bit shit about the whole tourney now, basically.
Understood. Understood. You understand that we're talking about betrothing you, not marrying you, like tomorrow.
Well, it's not like betrothal doesn't lead to marriage.
Right.
It's like, uh, you know what?
You don't want to talk about it right now?
I have the distinct impression that I probably shouldn't if I don't want to make people angry. But it is literally all that anyone asks me about at the moment, and that's a little frustrating. I would give quite a lot to just talk about something pleasant with someone.
Well,
If I'm
how
if, I,
about
if I'm not trying to deflect questions about who I'm going to marry, I'm trying to set other people up out of guilt.
why guilt?
Because because I feel like if I don't give grandfather what he wants, I have to offer him something of equal value.
Ah. You are the valuable thing.
I, I would like to think so, but I think it's rather. I don't think that's how grandfather sees it. I think what he sees is like, what can he attach me to that is useful? And I mean that's what I mean. Our Lord has to do that. That's not. I don't grudge him that. I thought I had more time.
As much time as you want.
Uh,
Just because we made our decisions, we're all older. We all have had more time to get used to this whole idea. And and we've had more time to
live your lives.
explore ourselves.
With help.
How masterfully put, sister.
Uh,
And well, I mean, you know how little of that I have done.
So I mean, it's hardly surprising that you would be dragging your feet and not wanting to think about it right now.
Um,
Or
um,
at all.
sorry, I'm not quite sure I caught what you mean.
Are you
I'm
not wanting right?
saying
Are
that
you not wanting to get married like now? Or are you not wanting to get married?
I mean, kind of both. I think. I suppose what I mean is that I would really rather not get married at all. But if there is truly no avoiding it, I would like it to not be for a long time. For a lot of reasons, but when I told Luke my plethora of reasons, he said I was giving him too many reasons, so I'm not going to do it. Just, I mean, you know me, you know that's, you know that,
Luke often pretends to have less brains than he does in an attempt to, I'm not sure, set people at ease with him, or I'm not sure. Just he likes to be underestimated. And I think
well,
your reasons are important. Okay? I don't have to know 'em. They're important to you. My reasons for wanting to get married are important to me.
I understand, and I'm delighted that all three of you have chosen someone good, or at least that that seems so. And I am and will be so happy for all three of you. I just I don't think that I don't think that the kind of marriage that is available to me is what's in my heart. And I don't think it's just because I'm um, a bit well, heartbroken. I don't think it's just that. I think this is just I just there's not, and if I really think about it, I'm probably doing something wrong by the house, but I'm like a, a couple of people have said things to me recently that made me think I should be doing more that worrying less about what everyone else thinks and putting myself first sometimes, like pursuing what makes me happy, and I, even yeah, the house benefits of marriage are not the selling point for me that they are for grandfather. I you know, I mean, Alison is perfectly pleasant, and you know, I like Sorella a lot as a cousin and a friend, and Harrenhal is very prestigious, but it's also large and indefensible for the most part, and falling apart, and possibly cursed. And I'm not sure that that's something I don't really know if I want to take that on. I sent a letter back to Lady Shella to ask if she would be willing to let me come and steward for her on a trial non-matrimonial basis, just to see if it works. But I mean, it is me trying to make a concession.
Good.
It's not
But
really.
it also, I mean, even if it ends up not being matrimonial, I guarantee that you will learn a lot trying to steward for a house that large.
I expect so, though I fear that Lady Shella would not like my first proposal of dismantling a third of it.
Well, probably not.
No. So, but I mean, that is my honest assessment of what would make it run better. So that's why I don't want. That's why I don't want to enter into that commitment without everyone knowing what's involved, and I don't want to make someone else make a promise that they're going to regret, and I don't want to make a promise that and I feel like if I just dive in to please grandfather, I'm going to be miserable. But then everyone keeps talking to me about duty, and then I feel guilty, so I start trying to make other matches that would be good for the house, like with Lady Gwyneth and so on, and trying to show grandfather that I'm not just being a petulant child, and that I actually do care about the house. I just don't want to do this one particular thing for the house.
Honestly, the other three of us have fallen in pretty much perfectly in line with him as far as his machinations and schemes.
He does have a lot of those. I am hoping that the three of you all being betrothed might be enough for him, at least to buy me some time.
Well, we can hope. I don't. I did have that thought that maybe it was a be enough. But
The thing, I think, well, I meant to tell you this sooner, but I had a conversation with him the other day that made me think that perhaps he's so eager for us all to be married at once because something might be wrong. He mentioned, well, he vaguely referred to me not needing to know about threats to the house, and in the context of not needing to tell me information that I wanted to know. And it made me think that maybe there's something going on that we don't know about that he's not telling any of us.
oh, I'm positively sure.
I mean,
yeah.
yeah. I suppose that kind of goes without saying for him, but I mean, like a sort of imminent danger. And I don't know if it was just him being him, or if it actually means something. But I felt like I should tell you that he said that in case it. But because you're going to inherit this house, so that kind of thing is the
Need to
kind of thing
know.
he should be telling you. I think anyway. That's my opinion.
And he may be planning on it, just not now. He,
I
he's.
didn't want to leave it unsaid.
I appreciate it. I do want to know.
And I want to say I really appreciate you being understanding. I was very afraid that you would be angry with me.
I just came from a meeting in Grandfather's Solar, where after I told him about that debacle out front, he gave me a look like he approved of my decisions. I'm in
Oh, that
great mood, Adam.
All right. Well, then I'm glad that we had this talk at this time. Then.
Now is the best time. I've received
Could I ask you for 1,000 gold dragons then, please?
for what?
All
I
right.
don't know.
Sorry, it's after 6. Well, after 6.
Let's
Sorry.
end on the high note of that banter. And yeah, we'll have to sit down. We're already going a little late, but we're fine.
Sorry.
So no. It was productive end of episode from shit that escalated out of nowhere. Thanks, Dice. So we'll be back in 2 weeks, picking up with day 6 of the tourney by my count. Yeah, it will be day 6, which is the final day of jousting. So we'll see lots of jousting coming up next session. Day 7 of the tourney is the melee. So on top of the jousting going on, we've got melee teams being formed. So lots going on in 2 weeks. We will see everybody back here, we hope, 2 weeks from now. And remember, every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I'm here on the channel playing some PC games. We are doing Battletech right now. So hopefully, see some people here Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and hopefully we'll see everybody back here in 2 weeks. So, yeah, everybody have a good one.
Thanks for
Bye.
watching.
Night,
Bye.
guys.
Bye, y'all.